Okay, where is this? Meow, 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 meow. Mm. Ah. What's going on? All right. Let's pop this in here. Whoa. There we are. Sure, yeah. Just taking a moment here to set up my studio setup here. Phenomenal. First word. Welcome to this live stream. Let's see if we move this. It's kind of calibrating the audio a little bit right here. I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty good. What's good? Good afternoon. You know, welcome, Sato. What's good, brother? It's funny. I found myself, do a stream last night at like 11 o'clock or something, and a lot of interesting perspective flowed through. A lot of it was kind of just like, kind of having a dialogue or more like monologue with some of the community, just kind of talking about dimensions of health and sort of where certain people are finding themselves in their creative journeys. But yeah, the core thing that sort of flowed through is I found myself really inspired to kind of return to a style of creating these streams where I'm really just trying to facilitate a meditative sound experience. Yeah. Yo, appreciate that, my guy. Let's see how we can just. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I mean, yeah, life is pretty beautiful, when you know where to sort of direct your energy, where to almost just like understand the deeper context of how we are creating, our reality. Then it's just like on an unconscious level, you just kind of realize how much power you have, over your perspective and your reality, and then I don't know, then things become pretty cool. Then it becomes easier to sort of step outside of, whoa, that's not the right plug. It becomes easier to like step outside of fear, it's like, I think it's almost like a lot of us fundamentally on some level, the reason why we struggle, maybe we feel fragmented, or we're really like experiencing, negative emotions in excess, and we feel like locked in or trapped, is because we're not really fundamentally understanding the deeper sort of context of how, again, how much power we have in our reality. It's like we're not realizing how much we're influencing the reality that we have created. Whoa. That's good cats. Enjoy your positive streams. Thank you, brother. Can you play something from Legend of Zelda? Man, I've never really tried, but I mean, the closest I've done is I can play some elements on the pan flute, and then if I were to use that same, like, let's see. How does that go? Like the one I usually do on the pan flute, it's like this. I haven't warmed it up, but yeah, it's like that beautiful, what is it called? Epona's theme, I think it is. Yeah, Epona's theme. I used to love that game very much. Let's try that again. Almost got it. I don't know. I feel like it could do some beautiful things, I feel, with, the way that, Zelda has such a beautiful... using like the same key and sort of using the sort of strings part of it. Hey, facts, yeah. The last melody, I think that was more on key or on par, but I don't know. I just woke up and kind of just like popped into a live stream and drank some cacao, and yeah, and I'll get warm. I'll get warmed up. Definitely can do some beautiful things. Let's turn that maybe slightly down. Yeah, out of curiosity, if any viewers have any questions relating to music or guitar, if there's any, elements, if you are a guitarist that you're maybe noticing yourself struggle with, or like maybe you're not finding yourself like really like charged or electrified, guitar or musically, I would love to hear their perspectives. I'd love to see if there's any perspective I could introduce, because I mean, personally, I'm obviously also a YouTuber, like a guitar or music YouTuber, but yeah, it's the kind of thing that I kind of look candidly at my life, particularly relating to guitar, and it's like, it's weird how I found myself literally just like endlessly inspired by the guitar. It's like I feel like, at any given time I can pick up a guitar and find just a million different ways to really just like love the experience of music. And it's pretty wild, because like it's a thing that I feel like I love thinking about. I love breaking down and understanding more so. But yeah, here we go. I think I need to plug this in and also get back in tune here. There we are. Yeah, we're out of tune. Amazing. Damn. We were very out of tune. Yeah, it's interesting though. I found myself yesterday, randomly explore. I was doing a stream for a while. I was outside doing guitar stuff, talking about like philosophy and life. And then at some point, I went inside to the other room where I basically didn't have my guitar. I was just kind of doing like this kind of tongue drum stuff and just hanging out, kind of just holding space for the people that were there. And man, I kind of noticed like without a guitar in my hands, I noticed myself just really just basically do qigong. I was doing qigong practice. And I feel like for whatever reason, like this element of like being present with the viewer, also this was like 12 o'clock at night, so it was very appropriate. But it kind of made me realize like I want to do like shared experiences or guided experience more experiences. Like say if I was in the forest the other day and a viewer was like, "Yo, I'd love to see sort of guide some qigong," and yeah, that kind of stuff, like going into the forest and kind of creating a guided experience for the viewer if they're interested in doing that. I think that's a brilliant idea. Trying to create like a guided sort of a viewer experience. Yeah, let's find a way to plug this in. Whoa. What's this? Whoa. That's not it. That would be insane, not gonna lie. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you. Thank you, Sato. I mean, it's the kind of thing that I feel like, as being a new streamer, it's kind of like it's important, I find, to get out of my head and just be experimental, be exploratory, where it's like I'm kind of in this phase where, I like to just play guitar, I like to just like have a dialogue, but I think I'm very new to like learning how much free reign and ability I have as a facilitator in the stream or a streamer per se, where it's almost like, what is really engaging to the viewer. I'm still sort of discovering that. I'm still sort of exploring that, whether it's strictly just create like a meditative experience or if it's just creating some sort of guided experience where it's like, maybe teaching them certain elements of riffs or maybe doing certain dimensions of qigong or meditative practice or breath work. It's just like creating different pathways that people can sort of optionally choose to explore, sort of learn from. Yeah. It's also just enjoyable for myself. I enjoyed a nature qigong stream. Yeah. Phenomenal, brother. Yeah, that's there's this dude that's been reoccurring, Xavier. Super dope dude. He was on our stream last night and he was like really just like holding space, kind of throwing out some good energy. And yeah, I felt like the nature of what I was feeling last night. Like I was in my side room, it was like just chilling, doing some qigong flow, and I felt like I could almost like feel like the natural thing was to kind of just do some qigong flow and kind of just feel and meditate with the people that were there, because there was also a lot of some of the friends were discussing things that were really like weighing on them, musically, creatively. They're talking about sort of like their core wounds. There was a lot of interesting dialogue, but or monologue, I guess. But yeah, it just kind of made me realize that some of my viewers, like, and actually this is kind of a core intention of mine is I almost feel like, as a facilitator, as a streamer, a YouTuber, I can set the intention in a way where I can connect with my viewers in a way where, I'm like, okay, maybe these people do desire to deep dive, to engage in practices that I personally find myself really attracted to. Simply, these are maybe I can give my viewers a sort of the benefit of the doubt and be like, maybe these people are, yeah, in a place where they would benefit from learning more about these like meditative practices or energetic practices, things that I personally love to do, because that's also a huge part of this channel. If you're not already familiar, a Shay is like it's almost like this channel is about guitar, surely, but what it's more so about, like there's many different core intentions, but the channel is more so about the spiritual context of music. Like that's what this, like, it's surely about guitar. It's about teaching guitar. It's about original music. It's about all these beautiful things and more. But if it's like Ashe is kind of like the bridging of worlds to learning to unlock your own sort of divine context and creative and sacred context within your creative expression, which is, and for me, this is like unconsciously what I'm showcasing. Like when I'm doing these like meditative streams, it's like this is where music has unraveled into. It's become like a very different sort of experience, which is beautiful in what it is. It's like a very meditative, very free form channel. Mm, very cool. Yeah, because it's like it's a thing that, I mean, imagine yourself playing Marston's arrangement of Bach's Toccata. That would be insane. I'll be honest. I take inspiration from Marston all the time. Like in sort of my play style. Like often, if I'm just like trying to think of just like almost classical playing, but that's like oof, botch that. I gotta focus on those kind of staccato type things. But yeah, I really feel like Marston, what I personally see from him is when I'm like trying to play guitar while I'm say like moving or walking through the forest and playing like a very Spanish style, I immediately think of Marston and the way he does it incredibly seamlessly. Like the dude is on another level, clearly, like technically. But yeah, I personally feel like playing his music, that's I think I'm a little bit out of that realm. I haven't really focused learning, other artists' music. And Marston, I would do that. I think Tim Henson's music is more so on my radar. But in the future, I would definitely find myself engage in Marston and learn from him because yeah, he's a genius, without a shadow of a doubt. Hmm. Feels like it's a little bit unrefined with that attack. Bell, beautiful. Enigma with your music. Music has the same vibe. I listen to Buddha Bar Lounge. Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Mika X. Yeah. That's the thing is that's I've been a streamer for like about maybe 3.5 months now technically. And been an amazing 3.5 months. I've had this channel for 6 months, I think at most, maybe like just over that. And to see the vision of where YouTubers are taking this style, because I'm not like I'm not very well researched in YouTube. Like I love YouTube. I use YouTube for many different things. I mainly follow like philosophy, music YouTubers like Daniel Thrasher and a lot of interesting sort of like internet personalities. Like that's what I'm really into is like people that just showcase an authentic personality. That's what I'm really drawn to. It's why I use YouTube in many rights, among, various things. But it's very beautiful to see what some of these extraordinary YouTubers, like one I actually came across the other day, I was speaking on my stream, is Chantris Siba. Chantris Siba. And I was talking about because I have a friend of mine that he was on her channel. But yeah, long story short, I feel like what I've come to see with what a lot of these like medicine, conscious, spiritual, if you will, communities or spiritual musicians are doing, this blows my mind. It literally just like seeing the way their community develops, the way their channel develops, the freedoms that they explore, the aesthetics that they are creating with nature and music. it just warms my soul. Where I'm like, this is beautiful. This is surely the direction I'm going. Is I would love to get like very elaborate and intentional, like just double down on everything that I feel like really deeply resonates with me in a YouTube community and help nurture that, just really nurture as we would. It's like a divine, almost sacred context relating to music, which is a thing that I think, some of us we think about, some of us we see that and we go, wow, that resonates, or maybe it does not. But for me, I've spoken this very openly. I'll be honest, the reason that I feel like I've succeeded as a musician, that is success as in taking my composition and my playing style to very advanced places, is basically strictly because at some point in my journey, I began to explore free form styles of creating music that, is like sound journey type music, where it's basically like I'm orchestrating music. And for me, that's where it's really taken off. Is like the more I can connect on a sacred level. And a part of this too is like when understanding why I feel like connecting on, say, a divine or sacred way to music, it's not necessarily because of strictly the process of, this inspiring you and, maybe uplifting you or maybe making you feel connected to something larger, but it's also because it actually successfully allows you to disconnect from these sort of like egoic, societal, pressure filled dimensions of music. Like this is the kind of core thing is like when you desire to like create a deeper, almost like soul connection with music, it actually allows you to successfully disconnect from all that which is not aligned with that. And that's what I think is the most significant. It's like, because in the music industry, let's be real here, a lot of the music industry is like, it reinforces a lot of toxicity, a lot of corruption. Like a lot of people, basically, they're trying to create this like egoic sort of hamster wheel where it's like, stroking their ego, they're stroking the idea of materialism, like they're reinforcing the idea of materialism. And the idea is, I think when people return to like a primal, um, natural context within music, where they give themselves permission, like, what, maybe this isn't the only way. This isn't the only path. Maybe there's something that is just just a man or a woman um, hanging out in the forest or in the middle of a beautiful desert, just creating magical music that is like connecting to our ancestors. Maybe that is another way. Maybe that is another path. And it like almost like gives you this kind of rebirth where you're just like, wow, like music doesn't have to be this kind of like music industry hamster wheel. I mean, it can be if that's like, what is one's path. But I think it's really important to like, yeah, almost like challenge the societal conventions or the music industry conventions where people are trying to, yeah, almost think that that is the path. That's the only way. But the reality is the musical path can be anything and everything that you desire it to be. I've been working with a lot of healers from Europe and Asia. Hmm. That's, yeah, that's another beautiful domain of it is, for me too, like I was studying to be a music therapist. I didn't go very far into it. I just like studied a bit of music, bit of psychology, and looked into music therapy programs. But this was about when COVID happened. I was like in college, juggling a lot of stuff, and then I hit this point where I was like, I don't think I need to do a college program to pursue being a sound healer because the process of healing people with music, healing myself with music, is a very natural, very organic process that I think it just requires one to go deeper within themselves and in their musical journey. It's like, but yeah, music is a powerful healing modality. Like for myself, for the perceiver, what is awesome all of a sudden is the burst of energy you get from all of that ego. All of a sudden, you just become 10x more productive. Mm. Yeah, and I mean, Sato, I'll be perfectly honest, brother. I'm a product of society. I love society. I love my ego per se. I love the healthy role of the ego. Like it's kind of like, in these streams I like to almost put a professional sort of like YouTube sort of context where I'm trying to just basically be very professional, be very transparent, be very authentic with my words and how I carry myself. But honestly, how I am in everyday life is very different. Like I am this way. Like the way I portray myself is how I am in real life as well. But I also more what I'm saying is in the real world, the regular societal 3D world, I don't try to pretend to be something I'm not. I'm not trying to, perform some sort of domain of spirituality. I love being imperfect and unapologetic. I don't give a fuck in many rights. Like the way I operate is like, I just operate the way I do in an unapologetic way. And I think that's a part of the healthy role of the ego is yes, like it's important to be rooted within the human experience. The human experience is imperfect. You know, it's like I go to raves, sober be it, but I go to raves all the time. I meet phenomenal people. I love like rocking out. I love like just being like an unapologetic spirit. And I think it's like it doesn't necessarily negate from the ability to connect on a divine or spiritual level to music. Hell, I would actually say, like I love to reiterate on this channel, a person that is authentically spiritually integrated or is like achieving some sort of or desiring to achieve that is actually a person that probably isn't the quintessential model of spirituality that you might see or society might think, but this is what a spiritually awakened person might be. Maybe, sure, if a person's like a monk or is living in a Buddhist temple or something, perhaps. But I'll be blatant to say that most people that are genuinely like accessing some level of spiritual attainment in a healed, integrated perspective, they're regular people that are just living authentically. They're living their authentic truth. You know, they're not trying to wear some sort of mask or portray themselves as this or the other. No, they're a regular human being who's embracing the human experience, the 3D human experience, and they also are integrating the astral experience. Yeah. Anyways, I love, yeah, bro. I feel like you do get it, Sato, because it's true. It's like we gotta embrace the ego, the human experience, the flawed and messy dimensions of the human experience is beautiful. It is beautiful, right? Like, there's no part of ourselves that should feel like we have to like act some way or just pretend like we're some spiritually enlightened being. Nah, we're humans, man. We're allowed to be flawed. We're allowed to like embrace all this craziness. Piece of music play for a few seconds, just like you play music for like 5-10 minutes long and market them on social media. Make a short video telling a little story. Sure, yeah. Yeah, no, I think, Mika, yeah, I appreciate your perspective. That is the direction I'm going. Like, I've actually, yesterday, I recorded where is it? It's right here. A very slow, very gentle guitar piece that I was really happy with, like right here. And yeah, I think my path is like I'll be honest here, a huge reason of or a huge part of what I'm doing is I'm focusing YouTube. Like as large social media realms go, like see if we're talking about like all the different social media platforms or Spotify or SoundCloud, in due time, absolutely. Like if I'm gonna work on studio recording music, putting out there, that's definitely the path. That's where I'm gonna go with this. But I'll be honest, for me, the path is very clear. I desire to focus YouTube as a whole. Like YouTube in my mind is like probably the most what's the word? It's the most diverse and I'd say rich platform. Like it's almost like if you can succeed in YouTube, which is difficult, you can succeed in anything. Like really, any social media, it's like those are sort of like branches of it. Mm-hmm. Let's turn this up a little bit. Man, I love where your guys' mind is at. Truthfully, this is beautiful, beautiful comments and perspectives. Commercial music is designed to give dopamine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I'll be perfectly honest. Yes. I don't even exactly why I know commercial music, what it's actually designed for. Like, if we're talking about pop music or maybe even like modern classic rock or alternative rock, maybe it's designed, yeah, for some sort of rush, some sort of euphoric experience that resonates with the collective. But I don't know. It's like, depends what you define as commercial music. I'll be honest, I love, because I'm also a tutter, right? I'm a dancer. Like, I do tutting, finger tutting, liquid popping, locking, animation, all these beautiful dance genres. And I listen to tons of electronic music. And now some of it, it's more underground, like experimental, I'd say like tribal sort of bass music. It's like beautiful, beautiful music. Very melodically rich, very connected, very fun to dance to. Now, yeah, I would say that's designed to give you dopamine. That's designed to give you like a brain full of chemicals because it's just a beautiful, almost like a psychedelic experience. But yeah, I don't know. I think music in general, of course, has that ability to awaken something. I guess I don't listen to enough modern commercial kind of radio music to really know exactly how they make it or what the appeal is, but I just know it's never been my thing, truthfully. What's your most favorite hair and eye color combo? Wow, that's a that's a cool question, my guy. Damn, I mean, if you mean like in general, like obviously maybe we're commenting on the opposite sex, like what color and I'll be honest, bro, I mean, like if I'm being perfectly honest, based on my previous relationships, it doesn't really matter. Like I'll be honest, I mean, as a guy, I have a specific appreciation for European women. I have appreciation for like Romanian, German, Russian, Ukrainian women. So women that have like usually basically similar genes to myself. Like like a green blue kind of eyes. I don't know, blonde, dirty blonde. I like that. I'll be perfectly honest, brother. I've met women that have dark hair, beautiful, rich, like exotic Egyptian slash like Middle Eastern qualities that are just as incredible. So I think as colors and hair colors and eyes colors go, beyond if you just step outside of the box of like Hollywood goes like, maybe blue eyes, red hair or something, that looks gorgeous. But I've met human beings, if we're talking about like partners, attractive romantic partners, there you can find a diversity of beauty and extraordinary, just like, yeah, just extraordinary color and character in every single culture and race. Like this is what I've noticed, and it's kind of bizarre because like some people have like strong preferences or based on whatever their preferences, but I don't know, I love it all. Yeah, but I guess Eastern Europeans, like, or like not Eastern but European kind of UK type of vibe, like culturals of like German, Russian, Ukrainian, Romanian. I like all those. That's what I often date, but I don't know. Whoa. So what we do to educate our audience about how music with different frequencies can heal them. I have an idea. Make music for YouTube. I'll make a social media marketing strategy for you. Wow, that's a really kind offer. Wow. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Mika. Like, let's connect more. Like, I have to say, I'm open. I'm a very open dude. I like to embrace the idea of like people's perspectives and take away perspectives and collaboration, etc. That being said, too, I also have my own actual strategies. Like, I'm very apt to understanding my own dimensions of strategy. And I'll be honest, I mean, there's nothing that trumps this strategy of basically just being consistent, creating high quality content that is very specific and is specialized for specific domains of certain social media. It's almost like you can develop a market strategy all day long, but that at the end of the day, like whether we're talking about succeeding on Facebook, Instagram, I don't think Facebook and Instagram are the target audience I would go for, but you can, or YouTube. It basically doubles down to consistently making high quality content that you yourself can make consistently, and then also having like a overall awareness of your vision and the audience you want to connect with. These are like basically YouTube marketing 101. It's like if you can understand who your target audience is, the kind of content that you love to make, that you can successfully hit your target audience like phenomenally, which is also, I'll be honest, that's the hardest part in the world. It's like if you look at some of my content, I've been fortunate over the last like 5 6 months to discover exactly what I feel like will succeed on a large scale in my niche, alongside of course just streaming, having fun, creating a community. But I think a lot of these things, like whether we're talking about succeeding on like different platforms, it's going to come down to me creating consistent high quality content, and that's a variable that's in my own hands, right? But that being said, I love what you're saying here, because I think what you just said, Mika, about what will we do to educate our audience and how music with different frequencies can heal them. I think that would be an extraordinary talk, because you may have noticed this is actually part of my intention is, if you look at my long format video that I released last week, right? I've been making a lot of content where I go on free form talks relating to guitar, relating to music, where I like to really just like create long format content that is basically just having like an open monologue or just conceptualizing about things that I feel are very important to the process of being a musician. And I actually would agree that talking about the healing potential, like really focusing this and breaking it down, like talking about, the way that maybe resonance patterns connects with the nervous system and how this allows you to regulate yourself in a world where our nervous systems are being compromised and are being actually attacked in some regard. I think that's a brilliant, brilliant approach, and I think I would love to create a video of that nature. So mine has to be jet black hair, paired with black eyes. I'm literally describing myself. That's cool, bro. I mean, hey, bro, that's extraordinarily beautiful too. Like, I have to say, I've dated women that are in that category. Like, I mean, my previous partner, she was Romanian and she had black hair, and her eyes were also, I don't know if they were black. I think they were like green, sort of like light green, but really like extraordinary human being. Like in every right, like that's the thing is like in my experience, like experience has shown me that beauty does exist in every different cultural expression. And I'm sure that we all have different tastes, I mean, based on, whatever sort of things align with us personally. But yeah, can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with that. Making lots of mistakes. We're getting there though. Yeah. Sick. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man, I appreciate your perspective. I mean, I think with a closing thought that intuitively flows through, I mean, you can exit at your own leisure, brother. Yeah, there's feel free to disengage, but I know for a fact, I personally believe that when we're understanding, like, especially in modern 2026, when I look at what gauges a good partner, surely there's qualities that we find genetically intuitively attractive, but there is a deeper level of basically knowing oneself and almost like understanding a deeper level of compatibility. Maybe it's emotional, maybe it's spiritual, maybe it's psychological, maybe it's all of those things that also aligns with, chemistry and their physical appearance that you find, just infatuating. It's just like it's almost like there's deeper traits that I think attract us, and they happen to, just manifest as this physical being that we can sort of identify. Like, oh yeah, that's my type, or this is my type. I'll be honest, the most powerful thing that I've learned in the dating world is like it's important to let yourself transcend your type, so to speak, or like basically allow your type that you think, oh yeah, but this is what I think is conventionally attractive in a person, in the perceptions, and letting that grow and expand. Now, obviously, this also aligns with having a really powerfully high standard of what you feel you desire in this world. So it's not compromising any standard, but it's realizing how to basically see beauty in various different diverse types of human beings. Like that's I think really the key to successfully dating and finding like you're attracting a partner is learning to really open your heart and see a diverse amount of appreciation for different types. And this happens obviously organically. But anyways, think more about it and I will contact you. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, no, let's connect. I think I'll follow you on YouTube so we can stay in contact, but definitely yeah, I'm open to bouncing ideas. Like, I'll be honest, how this channel really came to be was having a good friend of mine who's a successful content creator. He's from Hawaii. He does like dance and like loving, he was basically my mentor for like 5 6 months. It was like we were bouncing ideas, conceptualizing, thinking about like intelligent marketing strategies and how to basically strategize to succeed at YouTube. And yeah, it's I took away a lot of what he was saying. Do the peaceful music thing. Word. That's interesting. It's lunchtime right here, so that's pretty dope. That this is your nighttime period. Let's see if I can master this a little bit. Lots of decay, lots of prelude, of course, of course. Let's actually even bring our camera a little closer to the speaker and target it right at the speaker. A little more ominous. Let's master that a little bit more for that. Peace out, brother. Peace out. Hope you're well. Yeah, I would love to be single, not into marriages. Huh. You would love to be single, not into marriages. Ah, interesting. So you're not single. Yeah, bro. I don't know. I live a very unorthodox. Um, I guess I live an unorthodox life in many different contexts. But with my dating life, I honestly live in ideal scenarios all the time. I basically have a lot of autonomy, a lot of freedom, a lot of awareness of what dating styles, models of relationships work for me. I've had monogamy, I've done non-monogamy. I often I really strongly believe in having a very heightened awareness of your perimeters in oh damn. I think YouTube just disconnected. Just disconnected my thing. Peace, peace. Well, because all my viewers disappeared for this short period, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab some matcha or grab some cacao right quick. Be right back for those of you. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back after these messages. place this here. Yeah, it's strange. I don't know exactly. Just like it almost feels like YouTube sometimes just drops my connection. Just thank you so much. Tomorrow's a physics exam. It's 1:30. Word. Physics exam. Very good, brother. Good luck with that. Good luck with this physics exam. Yeah, that's crazy. Good evening. Good evening. When you're free, just look at Macroblank, and Bon Chick, how they've created a niche. We'll do something like. Ah. I'll look into that, but I mean, I think I've already. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm open to observe and learn, but see how I can apply this. But my niche is my niche. Like, I think I'm already establishing my own niche at this point. Yeah, I would say I'm very past that point. Let's see. Macro. Okay. It's just music. Yeah, it's homies releasing music with some very vibrant album covers, but he's not really doing a lot. Not really doing a whole lot else. But I mean, that's yeah. Making music is the process in itself. Yeah. What? Corporate dreams. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty cool. Interesting examples. I mean, I would say, I think my vision as a YouTuber is a lot more unique, a lot more zeroed in than I would say what these examples. I mean, these guys are just musicians, I imagine, with putting out music, churning out music, which is great. Obviously, I create tons of music, and I feel definitely the desire to release lots of music, but I think my focus is more creating like a larger, broader, sort of almost like being a YouTuber per se. Like, I really want to focus on developing a type of channel that's basically like has various different avenues. It's original music, very candid perspectives about learning to basically empower your mind, develop a relationship with your body and transfer that to being a musician, but doing it in a YouTuber sort of style fashion, like focusing on creating high quality content that is YouTube, like vlogs and stuff. So I'm not sure if these niches of what you showed were exactly relevant, but pretty cool nonetheless. Let's boost that volume. Ableton. Such a beautiful, diverse tool here. Such a diverse tool. It's interesting, almost like intuitively reflecting on what I feel like, almost like what it's like, kind of bouncing off what Miko was explaining about niching, like niching down, maybe even just being like, hey, if we created like a lengthy sound journey, creating like a very specific, consistent type of content and want to release. I mean, really, this is sort of the core thing that I look at all domains of performance art, is I feel that whether it's growing a YouTube channel or whether it's succeeding as like a professional performance artist, basically all these things they literally come down to the same thing, in my experience, and it basically is just developing and evolving your relationship with um, the performance art, with the performance itself, with art. It's almost like if you, there's very few things that you can't supersede or transcend with hard work, with dedication, devotion, and just constantly developing the craft. It's like all these other sort of things are sort of just noise and secondary domains that obviously are relevant, are very useful to keep in mind, but it's almost like the core thing that a person, if you're a guitar, YouTuber or content creator, is literally just to make high quality content. If you're a musician, it's making high quality music and aiming to continuously do that. If you're honing your craft and you're making extraordinary music, that's a huge part of it. And extraordinary music being like extraordinary content as well. The rest of it just comes with consistency. Yeah? To loop it and post it on YouTube for sleeping and calming. It has more grit and grip on the nervous system when compared to other options that I've come across. Yeah? Yeah, you're probably right there. I mean, I feel that's what I kind of noticed. I had that epiphany yesterday. So nasally. But yeah, I definitely found myself dealing with water in the background in the woods. Yeah, it's like I feel like there's various different approaches that I'm doing. And I'll be honest, so far, I'm not solely convinced that it's almost like when I look at the long term, I think I want to create various types of content. I would be happy releasing original music that has like a free form sort of realm of it, right? But also, I also just want to talk. I want to teach. I want to conceptualize. Like, I feel like my strength in many rights is more so not just creating music. Like, I create music because I love to, because it makes me feel good. And I want to, extend that to my viewers. But I think my channel is not necessarily about just making music and putting out meditative music. My live streams, I do desire to be about that. Like, my live streams, I do desire to do live meditative facilitation and performances. That's kind of what my intention is. But as we're talking about like long format YouTube content, I'm not sure if I necessarily desire to just create meditative journeys. I mean, obviously, another thing is if my viewers, like yourself, and I know people like Madeline have actually expressed that they would love like a long, stretched out sound journey. That's a thing I could approach. But I think what I'm gonna succeed at in YouTube, like if I'm really looking at very honestly, like what's gonna be the thing that's gonna be I'm gonna be known for within like years to come with hundreds of thousands and beyond subscribers. It's gonna be the thing that I love to do and I consistently love to create. And I'll be honest here, what that is often me just deep diving, like going on like talks where I'm really just educating and really just articulating very important points and perspectives. Basically, just me, whether I'm chilling in a forest on a camera, really being able to communicate some vital parts of being a musician, of being a XYZ, maybe a sound healer. It's like I think that's where I'm gonna find true success. Strangely enough, like that's also full circle. That's actually what I'm attracted to. That's what has attracted me to YouTube. Like I don't go on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of people do. They go on YouTube to listen to relaxing ambient mixes to fall asleep. I've done that. A lot of them, unfortunately, they're sadly made by AI. Yeah. Well, here's a strange, unorthodox perspective. Sort of outlandish, but unfortunately a harsh reality. You do realize that there's a lot of people, awful. Yeah. You do realize there's a lot of people that are basically just claiming themselves to be musicians, like a lot of people, sadly, that are using AI. They're using AI to literally create these ambient mixes. They loop it for like an hour, for several hours. That's what they're doing. They're literally just like not real musicians. Maybe they are, who knows? but they're being dickheads and they're using AI, making long stretched out sound journeys, ambiguously wording it, being like, oh yes, this is handcrafted with the inspiration from the mountains of blah blah whatever, right? That is a massive plague on YouTube. They succeed. These people have lots of viewers. These are everywhere. It's oversaturated. That's a sad reality. Is the ambient music world is filled with AI frauds that are just churning out music all the fucking time. That's the sad reality of what's oversaturated. And what's not oversaturated is an actual human being sitting there in front of a camera and being like, hey, let's talk about music. Let's talk about reality. Let's talk about dopamine. Let's be real. Let's be authentic. That's not an oversaturated market. So, I don't know. You're probably right. I'm just spitballing here what I think intuitively will succeed in YouTube, what I'm going to succeed in YouTube, along various things. Like, I want to do various contexts, but I'll be perfectly honest, it's almost disheartening to understand that a lot of people, like talentless hacks, are literally just using AI to be like, let's create a beautiful, orchestrated, meditative journey that's 7 hours long, post it on YouTube, and the algorithm eats it up, random people eat it up, and that's oversaturating our YouTube market. But again, this is where, as a creator, you have to be more forward thinking. You have to basically involve as much humanistic aspects. And this is why, like, again, I haven't actually thought a lot of these thoughts aloud. I'm actually just thinking these things as I'm saying these things. But the reason why I'm attracted to live streaming is because, and many rights, you can't fake. We need more people, a few people. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, Mom Handle. Like, think about this. I mean, maybe you consider this, maybe not. The reason why I desire to live stream and do these meditative performances, whoa, because I personally don't find a lot of attraction to just hearing a sound journey. Now, I love sound journeys, but personally for me, what's inspired me to be a sound healer is not listening to, ambient. I mean, I love like Hans Zimmerman, I love movie scores, I love good music, but for me, it's actually hearing live meditative sound healing performances, like in real life. Like, that's the thing that inspires me. And I'll be honest, part of my thing is I want to put out meditative performances on live streams. I want that to be a live experience that I'm creating and I'm co-creating with my community. That's what I want to do. And as long as I'll probably put out, of course, like, meditative journeys and original music that fits various contexts, but I don't think that's what's going to succeed in YouTube moving forward. I really don't. I think the humanistic aspect of me trying to put out my perspectives, maybe create, as my recent video, like using videography and creative dimensions, like, I think it's like you got to get really, like, think outside of the box to succeed in YouTube in 2026. And unfortunately, in my experience, it's like the sad reality is like the ambient music soundscape thing is extremely oversaturated. Who it's oversaturated with is lazy AI fraud hacks. And it's unfortunate, but it's not going anywhere. It's not going to be changing. I think I'm going to definitely do both. I just think, like, if I'm just bouncing ideas off of you, respectively, it's like, the way my mind works is I don't desire to just, like, fit into the molds and replicate what other people are doing well. I want to create new pathways. That's how I operate with everything. I'm trying to, like, forward think, like, be like, what truly is the long-term vision? And for me, it's actually clear as day. It's like, I think I would succeed. I literally just being in a forest and be like, hello friends, let's talk about etc etc etc. Like, let's talk about this, that, the other thing. Like, I want to go deep and making this, like, raw human experience that a person just literally thinks, this is my friend from, this community. We're just hanging out in a forest talking about life, deep diving. For me, that's what I think I'm going to succeed at moving forward. And of course, I'm going to put out my music. I'm going to try every single beautiful niche left, right, and center because I love to. It's fun. Like, I have fun making YouTube and experimenting in YouTube stuff. But if I'm being, like, brutally honest, being like, what's going to get me to 100,000 subscribers in, like, a year's time? I think it becomes a little clearer. I'm like, I think there's strengths that I hold that will succeed. And a part of this, of course, is being humble and open-hearted, and streaming is like connecting with my community, trying to make a very high quality experience for the perceiver. And this is like, I'm new. Like, that's the thing is, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm a guy that's been streaming for 3 months, 3.5 at tops. Before that, never in my life to stream. So I'm still learning this stuff as I go. But I feel like intentionality is everything. Like if my intention is like crystal clear, that is what is going to penetrate the cosmos. Also, yeah, I'm drinking cacao. I'm drinking cacao, my dog. Yeah, lots of cacao. Theobromine right to the dome. That's fair, Melissa. That's fair. But you're here. You're here. You're still here. It's absorbing my facial expressions, and so even if you don't understand, you're. That's even more. That's even more beautiful. Hmm. Streamers are constantly harassed. Never seen so many marriage proposals. Here's the thing, and I find it interesting. Because yes, streamers, let's be real here. And this is also why I'm actually confident. There's a few core reasons why I'm confident I will succeed as a streamer and a YouTuber. It's basically based on my experience, but also just knowing myself. Is because for one, I genuinely value music. I value the evolution of music. I'm passionate about music, the music. I always have been, always will be. Like, I can guarantee without a shadow of a doubt, my music is going to evolve. I'm going to spend countless hours creating the highest quality music. That's inevitable. YouTuber, streamer or not, that's how what's going to happen. That's what I do. But the secondary piece of this is why I think I'm going to succeed as a streamer, is because I'm very good at facilitating. I'm very good at holding space. I'm very good at communicating and navigating social dynamics. This is just a skill of mine that I've happened to fallen into. And the reality of it is, when you're a streamer, you have to be very good at facilitating. You have to. If you're not, you're going to fail. You're going to suffer. You're going to struggle. You know, it's like if there's people coming in trying to, create very like, what's the word? Very like uprooting dynamics. People trying to troll you, trying to project hatred or XYZ, right? If you're not good at facilitating human beings, if you're not good at communicating, having a deep rooted intentionality or intention, of course you're not going to succeed at being a streamer. So if people can, project or be outlandish, and that is going to be the tone that is set based on how intentional the facilitator is. And the facilitator is me. So I'm confident. It doesn't matter if I have 100,000 people on my stream, which who knows when that'll happen. But I'm confident in my abilities to navigate social dynamics, to facilitate. I'm very confident in that. And yeah, and I'm also confident in my ability to step away, to reflect, to develop my perception of being like, okay, is this serving me? Are these boundaries set in place? What's my tone? What is my intention for the stream? These are things that I do, and I think I can't say for certain, but a lot of streamers don't do that. A lot of streamers, hell, let's be honest, they're just, they're people, they're popping on, they're musicians, they're YouTubers, but they don't know how to facilitate an experience. They don't know how to navigate these social dynamics. They don't know how to set healthy boundaries and XYZ. It's like, maybe they do. Again, I don't know the majority, but I'm assuming if a streamer doesn't know how to do that, they're not going to be a streamer for very long. They're gonna struggle. Yo, what is poppin'? What's poppin'? I do have this Picasso book still. I was actually just thinking about it earlier because this one you can kind of see it's like frayed, it's like black from all the sort of strain on the bow. Probably still would work, but I think it's kind of lost. I gotta buy another one, which I'll do next week when I get a couple checks. But yeah, I was gonna order my guitar. So we're constantly, yes, yes, yes. Hey, hope you remember me, but I got to make it quick. I'm auditioning for Bass Cabaret. Hell yeah, brother. Bass Cabaret. Legendary, brother. Thank you for chiming in. I mean, good luck. Yeah, good luck, Jonathan. Yeah, good luck. W's in the chat. Like that's legendary, dude. You're doing some trippy stuff. Now you should try Mi Favorita, a 19th century mazurka. Can you recommend a song to play on a classical guitar? Something intermediate difficulty. I mean, I'm not like a classical guitarist type, but I'll be honest, if we're talking okay, if we're talking any sort of broad piece that is of intermediate level, that is technically classical oriented, I would recommend Stas Tone. Like I think Stas Tone is a beautiful, his beautiful music, incredible. Is a credible example of like classical inspired music. But if we're going for straight classical music, I'll be honest. There's two musicians that I think of. Obviously, one is Marcin. There's a few songs I know Marcin covers that I have to look into. But there's another one. He's a twin. His name's what is it? Brandon something. There's like a classical guitarist that's known for having like a he has like a weird like 19th century guitar or something. What's his name? What's his name? Where is it? Classical guitarist. Because I have a feeling, yeah, classical guitarist. It's not popping up here. Yeah, there's a guitar YouTuber basically. He's like a classical guitarist. Brilliant, brilliant musician. He honestly had played a few songs that some of the most beautiful classical guitar pieces I've ever had. I'm just trying to find his name. Brandon something? What? Musician. Maybe I'll just go to Musician Mansion and find him. There he is. Jared Dines. Let's see. Wow. So much content just flowing through. 5 guitarists. Brandon Acker. There it is. Yeah, Brandon Acker. Let's see. Brandon Acker. Prelude. Ah. Yeah, but for Melissa, I would search Brandon Acker. Brandon Acker. I could say some specific ones. That this fellow has exactly what I feel you're desiring to play. He's played some of the most beautiful classical pieces. So many of them I listen to these, I'm just like, this is magic. Let me find maybe one. Let's do this weird thing where I'm gonna go on my own stream and comment for Melissa because I don't think she speaks English.
19th century style in gold.
Yeah. Wow. I don't want to get copyrighted though, so I can't play this. Okay, let's hop on my stream and speak to myself. This is such a weird function. Influence. I can't spell for the life of me. That's me. It's this guy on the screen. Oh man, very weird. Yeah, there you go. Whoa, there's me. There's me. That's a trip. Stas Ton. Yeah, Stas Ton is a legend. I mean, that's the thing is like when I think about covering music, I personally like to refer to music that just like electrifies your soul. So it's like, you know, if you want to learn a classical guitar piece, Brandon Acker, incredible. Lots of his music is just touches me very deeply. But personally, if I were going to learn like a classical guitar influenced one, I would learn a Stas Tone Song of the Golden Dragon. That's just the song that I would try to learn. Very difficult though. Like that might be a little above intermediate. Tommy Emmanuel. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm trying to think about music that's not like way insanely advanced. So that's where I think Brandon Acker is like the good recommendation is there's a lot of artists that I could recommend that are like really advanced and beyond. But I think what Brandon Acker plays is he actually plays like classical guitar pieces from the history, from like, yeah, historically rooted that are actually not that difficult. Like they're just beautiful guitar pieces. Yeah, I think she'll like that. Shout out Brandon Acker. What a guy. He's also an identical twin, like myself, so he gets it. He gets the twin shit. That's crazy. I know I was listening to a piece of his like a while back that I was just enamored by. Oh yes, Gymnopedia. That's something that I think is a good idea. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna send this to Melissa. This is, if she hasn't already played this one, I think this is a beautiful one. Let's go into it. Classical Descent. There we are. There we are. Very nice. All right. I'm going to here. My pinch harmonics could use a little bit of work. Yeah. What are y'all up to this weekend? Glad you asked. Glad you asked, brother. I would say, I mean, since my partner, she's going out of town, I might be going probably to a glitch hop. Like a funky glitch hop rave. Yeah. That's probably the move. Like a friend of mine invited me to go to this glitch hop rave at one of my favorite venues. So, yeah, I might just work on some tutting stuff. Go to this crazy glitch hop rave. I don't know if you guys are familiar. There's an artist called K-Lab. He's like a Shambhala headliner, so he's like known for like funky glitch hop. That's a concert, yeah, it's like a show. It's like a festival headliner, but yeah, it'll just be a regular show. Can never go wrong. Can never go wrong with that. Just super dope music, beautiful human beings. very rusty with this, but this definitely feels like the move. Glitch hop. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. It's like glitch hop is like the genre, from what it sounds. It's like hip hop, but more oriented on the beats. Like, it's stuff that's like yeah, you could Google it, but you're not gonna find like true glitch hop just by Googling it. There's basically different tiers of glitch hop. There's glitch hop that's like hip hop. It's like hip hop but no beats, just beautiful like melodic sounds and glitchy music. It sounds beautiful. Like it's very intricate. Then there's also funk glitch hop. So that's what I'm gonna go listen to. Where it's basically like glitch hop that's more like has like saxophones and guitars and crazy stuff where it sounds like very funky but is also like layered within many different sounds and energies. Yeah, if you're interested in the glitch hop, then I'm gonna go see. Let me find. I'd search Opio. Yeah, there's an artist called Opio. That's like a really good. Let me see. I haven't listened to Opio in a while, but my partner she like played some for me in my car, and I was like, or in the car, I was like, whoa, I forgot how dope Opio is. Oh yeah, yeah, Opio. I'd say search up Opio. It's like Opiuo. If you want like the glitch hop, like the glitch side of the funky side of glitch hop. But if you want to find like what I'm talking about, like underground, like really beautiful melodic glitch hop, I would search Charles the First. Like, let me throw those in the chat. I think I spelled that right. Opio. Yeah. Magic. What you doing, man? Yeah, bro, some of the best music, truthfully. Yeah, that actually just makes me think, though. I feel like it's such a brilliant way to engage with the audience or like the chat, the stream chat. If people are entering or new, it's just like introduce intelligent questions or sort of things, dialogue. So while I'm just streaming, doing my thing, people can also have this sort of thing here. Checking out Scott Energy. Yeah, bro, all this music, it's so fun to see live, beautiful to dance to. What's going on? What's going on, Maria? Why, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Let's do that. Just throwing some chats out there of like. Let's go right into. Interesting. For whatever reason, it feels like these synth strings sound kind of like robotic-y. I don't know if it's just me. It's like I feel like I need to sort of like play around with the settings to make them sound a little more natural. See, boost that, remove that. Let's get rid of that. Do that. Whoa. That actually does sound better. That does sound better. Music, sounds, in the interwars. That's legendary. I love that, brother. I love that. And yes, to Maria, that's so beautiful. That's the same way I feel like I'm I'm feeling creatively inspired by definitely nature, by I'd say intimacy, like capital I intimacy, like intimacy that is like connecting with a human being, you know, being like transparent, having transparent, healthy conversations, and getting to like experience human beings in their wholeness. And also on the opposite side of that, having other people experience me in their wholeness, like say in the context of, you know, friends or an intimate partner. That's been inspiring me a lot lately. Like, that's been like really, but also I'll be honest, a part of too that's been inspiring me creatively. It's definitely been like community and larger visions. Like for some reason, it's like part of what inspires me continuously is having like large, almost like insanely ambitious uh, visions or viewpoints. Like, you know, it's almost like this is part of what I like about YouTube is like, you know, when you see other YouTubers or other human beings that are like thriving and doing beautiful things with music and with nature and with community, those are things that truly like inspire me to my down to the roots. But I agree, I love that. YouTube, or sorry, nature. Like, as right now, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful day. Oh, damn. Excuse me there. It's a beautiful day out right now. I kind of can see it. It's like a beautiful sunny day. So I feel at some point I'll probably just grab the stream and go for a walk in the nature. You know, just bring that to this. I've also been really inspired by Qigong lately. I was actually speaking about that at the start of my stream. On just a deep level, I feel like really inspired to just really go deep within a Qigong practice. Yeah. dog's name. Interesting. That's awesome though, with the backpacking and camping. Honestly, it's been a while since I've gone camping. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome, Natasha. Natasha. I've also been very inspired by string sounds lately, like violins, cello. Beautiful. Let's straighten out a bit. There we are. Let's see, let's try this again. Let's try to create some dimension engagement. Oh, that's cool. We can do that. Anastasia Enchanted. Oh, wonderful. Anastasia Enchanted. Wonderful. She has a YouTube. What's going on, Anastasia? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, right now I'm experimenting with these. That's beautiful to see. That's beautiful that you created a channel, Anna. It's awesome. Enjoy. Let's see. What do you see when you hear this music? My cat wants to get out. One second. Hello, what's going on? What you doing? What you doing? All right. Yeah, she's guiding my cats back. Let's flip that on for that. Yeah, my cat is she's a rare one. She's a very gentle, healing cat. Yes. rosin. Definitely need more rosin for that, I feel. Where did I put this? That's what I'm looking for. I definitely feel what we're gonna do in the next, probably next 5-10 minutes is I'll take the stream to the forest and then start just guiding into some freeform guitar and meditative practice. Because yeah, I've been sharing the last few days. I've been doing a lot of qigong and a lot of meditation. That kind of part of my daily practice is every day I'm gonna do cold plunges as I've been doing for the last 35 days. Cold plunges, sprinting, meditation, qigong, breath work, lucid dream study, and yeah, I think that's the entirety of it. But I would love to really just share some of this qigong flow as I was doing last night. Like, it felt like very much beautiful to just create off of the energy of this space here. letting yourself be present with the stream of resonance. Truly rooting yourself in the present moment. No other thoughts, no other things, just the now. Returning to the infinite nature of all things in front of you. I need more space here. I've really found myself really fall in love with really this like it's almost like the edge of sound. Where I've spoken this before with the pan flute. It's almost like when you play into a certain note that's leaning into the space between the notes. Or like say this for instance. It almost like it more echoes like or mimics like a sound of nature. At least this is what I found. It's like you're sort of leaning into the note. I see the wilderness. That's wicked. That's beautiful, brother. This is where we're going at some point. Yeah, welcome, Xavier. Appreciate you, brother. Yes. I feel like in the probably for the next 5-10 minutes, we'll probably pop on, our phone to our guitar and go for a walk in the forest, because it's a beautiful day. Let's go right into it. Last of the Mohicans. I honestly have no idea. No idea how to play that. Yeah. I don't know what's going. I can see your music in movies. Hey, thank you, brother. Me too. I can see this. I feel like it's interesting. Like if I look at like a short-term plan of what I desire to do is like 3 months, I want to grow to a, a regular or sort of what's the word? I want to monetize and kind of like take this channel to like a larger sort of construct. Within like 6 months, I want to double that. Within a year, I want to be making like, I want to start traveling basically, doing YouTube, making income, and then I could see about a year and a half maybe. I could like develop a repertoire or develop, yeah, like a profile where I could start to reach out to like film, video game scores and try to like do film scores. Maybe sooner, maybe less, I don't know. Actually, this answers my question. I wonder, let's listen back to my audio to see if it's... Actually, let's see if it's penetrating the audio or the microphone. So I play pan flute. It sounds very, very, very airy, very warm. I feel like my mic could be closer to the audio slightly. Pan flute stuff. Actually, this answers my question. I wonder, let's listen back to my audio. Weird. Actually, sounds pretty good. It sounds like the mic receives it pretty well. Let's see if I can put my equipment closer to the sound hole. I'm wondering. Or say here. See how that sounds. See if it's. I feel like my mic could be close. Hand flute stuff. Actually, this answers my question. I wonder, let's listen back to my audio. Weird. Actually, sounds pretty good. It sounds like the mic receives it pretty well. Let's see if I can get my
Okay, I have to move it closer.
equipment closer to the sound hole. I'm wondering.
You sound different
What's
from
it
live
here?
versus playing back through the live feed. high that it's kind of like penetrating. But yeah, you sound different from live versus playing back through the live feed. That's good to know. That's good to know. That's good to know. Because yeah, when I was listening back through what I'm listening back through my live feed, it does sound a little bit unmastered. You know what I might do is at some point just go live. Live good sounds. Yeah, I think YouTube they do an amazing job of like the audio, the quality of what they offer during the live. Like I think they really nail it. Yeah, that's the thing is I just thought about this. I think what I'm gonna do is at some point today I'll go live, but I'll maybe make it go private or I don't know what I'll do is I'll basically experiment with trying to do a live strictly to spend like some time to master my volume. So like try to find the specific spot where the music sounds best and maybe the settings on Ableton to see how I can make it sound like the highest quality audio because that's the thing that yeah, I think it's worth taking the time to really like I mean, to some degree, obviously, it's about the performance itself, but I don't know. Beautiful. So beautiful. All right. It's time to go for a walk. Finding the right mediums and equipment. Yeah, that's the thing is like I've been talking a lot of with other like content creators, videographers about different types of microphones, like lav mics, high quality lav mics, shotgun mics. I think what I'm gonna do is in the next week or so, I'm gonna invest in like a really, really high quality microphone, and I'm just gonna like insert it into my phone. Maybe have some like programs, some software where I can optimize that, so I can capture everything, perfect studio recording quality. Like say I'm going for a walk in nature, and this lav mic would pick up the beautiful nature in the background, but it also pick up the guitar and it would heighten it and refine it. That's what I think I need to do because, yeah, it's a music channel. Oh, disconnected, reconnected. But yeah, because it's like, it makes perfect sense. It's a music channel. It's like the audio is extremely important. So surely going the extra mile to purchase like a high quality lav mic when I'm on the fly or when I'm chilling here that I can insert into my phone would be extraordinary. I think so, at least. I don't know. Maybe. I think this is a good idea. We'll see. Because naturally, I also, of course, I upgraded my phone recently. Find a way to not flow the water flow so much. I think, yeah, well, I think this is what I could do, truthfully, to mom handle. Yeah, I could basically purchase a lav mic that has two lav mics. And the one primary mic would maybe be like one that's strictly focused on my guitar. And then I could take a secondary lav mic that would be for ambience. So I could maybe place it like a mile away or like walk over to some part of the forest that picks up on the water, but it's not like focusing the water, but it has the perfect balance of the natural sounds of nature. That's exactly what I think I'm gonna do. These are crazy though. Like that's the thing is that's what I'm finding more as a YouTuber. Being a YouTuber, there's one element of it, of course, that's like just being the YouTuber, putting out content, being present, being consistent. But of course, the secondary element of being a YouTuber is high quality content. Like just constantly trying to achieve the highest quality content. And of course, audio, like high quality audio, is paramount in like figuring out creative videography type stuff. All a huge part of being a YouTuber, I feel. So in due time that will happen. And I think probably next week actually. Ooh. Damn. That's a tricky one. Whoa. Alright, we'll take this here. And let's go. Actually, I don't know if that's gonna... Yeah, there we go. Oh, well. Ooh. Whoa. There we are, there we are. There we are, there we are. Very nice. Okay. And that's that. Goodbye, YouTube stream. Oh, damn. What a time. Very nice. Very nice. Magic. Okay. Let's kind of tighten that up. I think I went way out of tune with that. Just gonna flip that. That is wild. Enjoy your evening, brother. Thank you, brother. Bless. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Also just went right out of tune again. Let us flip this. Legendary. See, can you guys kind of see the guitar? Feels like somehow the one note still is a little bit off, a bit out of tune. Amazing. What is going on planet Earth? What is poppin'? Hope you're finding yourself rooted, present with whatever phase of your creative journey, whatever phase of existence that you find yourself in. What's going on, my friend? It is a beautiful day. That's why we are inspired to go to the forests, do some qigong, kind of just chill, do some meditative flow, some meditative guitar. That feels like the move. Yeah. Just a beautiful day just to be. 100%. Get the guitar in there. Those open strings get me every time. You know, I feel like a huge part of learning to master the guitar is kind of just learning to be patient and gentle with the guitar, you know, finding the ways to mute certain strings when they ring through and catch yourself when you're trying to almost get ahead of yourself and trying to create a sound that doesn't really sound organic and natural. And just leaning into the softer elements. Of course, it's a part of it when you're walking and trying to like multitask. Creates a little bit of a different piece of that. But it all just comes down to just like letting yourself soften into the process of playing the guitar. Because it's weird, you know, a lot of people, more advanced guitarists, they speak of, and I speak of this as well, it's like when you're playing the guitar, you know, technically complex level, you have to be very loose, very relaxed. You know, you need to be. If you're tense and trying to, yeah, just like be very rigid, very tense, then very naturally it affects your playing. And if you're trying to play like very quick or very like precise playing, you have to be really loose, very relaxed, releasing tension. And this is actually the same thing with dance, I find. You have to be very loose, you know, finding the perfect place to engage in the frame and release the frame, engage in tension and release the tension. Yes. Even right there, that string buzz, that just destroys me, it kills my soul. I think that's actually probably the next piece of what I feel I would love to focus, is learning to mute the guitar. 'Cause that's the thing I feel like a lot of advanced electric guitar players, they get really into, and they actually speak very openly of. When you're playing advanced guitar, a huge process is actually Andy McKee. He speaks very openly of this. Basically, when you're playing at a higher level, you want to constantly be muting the guitar strings. You want to be muting and conscious of where you're muting the guitar. And I find that beautiful. I think that's a very powerful thing. It's like if you're constantly you're creating like a dynamic relationship with creating sound, but then also being conscious of how to mute these sounds, make it sound very clean and, yeah, very aesthetic. Wow, bro, there's so many crows right here. So many crows. A murder of crows. It's very strange, there's usually not this many crows in Westwood. Beautiful icy mountains here. I wonder if there's a way, like some sort of device. Oh damn, my coat caught on it. I always wonder, I'm wondering if there's a device. I have a feeling there has to be, where one can sort of manually click a button and it can zoom in or out, you know, on your phone. I swear there has to be a thing where it's like, just click a button and then you can zoom in. So if you're just doing like videography, say on a live stream, you could perfectly capture these sort of things you'd zoom in and out to. Man, major, that's just crazy. So learning to mute the strings and finding a button where I could zoom in and out to do some videography. Like even this, like look at this, it's like all these awesome crows. They're everywhere. What a good omen. And they're just circling around. What does it mean? And they're back. Nature. Nature is just so beautiful. And look at this. This is a puddle. Melted snow. And there's all these little melted snow barricades because this is by a school, so that's crazy. The last couple days there's been igloos. There's just a bunch of elementary school kids created a bunch of igloos. There's like a bunch of forts all around here. I remember so vividly doing that. That was awesome. Doing that as a kid was so much fucking fun. Takes a lot of work though. It literally takes hours. Hours of just like rolling snow into giant blocks, and then you just like build a giant snow fort. Yeah, it's, the one over there too by the entrance was extraordinary. Extraordinary snow fort. Gotta find a way to meet those strings. Very nice. Igloos are so awesome. They're so awesome. Of course, we got the natural ferns. For some reason, I'm very, very stoked on ferns. Like, I feel like if I could, I'd fill my whole room with ferns. Yeah, I think an igloo would be something you build with your team, with your friends. That's how I remember doing it. It was always like, yeah, it's like in recess or lunch, you just have to spend an hour of just like everyone just working together to build this giant igloo. Yes. Childhood Canada things. I think we're going to go this way actually. There's a spot that I like to hang out. That's just pure grass. It's actually where I shot a lot of the footage for the song Welcome to Middle Earth. Great spot to do Qigong. It's very open, very mossy. So yeah, here we go. I feel like this live stream would look really good on a horizontal view. As everything does. It's a wide angle lens. Whoa. Wow, everything is just so untamed out here. It's crazy, some trees actually fell. Here we are. This is the spot. Yeah, there's a bunch of trees that fell recently around here. Very nice. Yeah, I spoke on this the other day a lot, where this is actually right around the area where I started the idea of having a YouTube channel. It's right around here, right over by that tree. Yeah. This is a very sacred place to me. It's getting pretty cold. And I'm surprised. It's actually kind of crazy. You know, I've been doing cold plunges a lot, continually the last while, but I did 3 cold plunges yesterday. And I swear I can't say for certain, but I actually think I started to get sort of ill from doing those cold plunges. Well, at least the 3 in the day. It's like I kind of got like a chill, and I had like kind of a nasally, like my sinuses were stuffed, and I thought it was almost like I was just responding negatively. I was getting sort of a bad reaction from doing so much cold plunges because there's like snow everywhere and the river's like freezing cold. Wicked. All right, we'll set this up. Find a space to be doing some qigong. Wow, beautiful. Right. Yeah. Let's kind of angle this camera a little bit more. All right, so welcome to the forests of Westwood, Eagle Ridge Mountain. So the idea is, it's actually an Eagle Mountain, not Eagle Ridge. I recognized it the other day. So basically in the realm of Qigong, well, Tai Chi primarily, this is how I learned it, was my Tai Chi instructor would often begin by, he calls it palpating. And the idea is you're just allowing yourself to take both of your hands and bring them together and feeling into the sensation that arises. Bring them closer, feel into whatever sensation arises. You know, for the perspective, basically when you say feel into the sensation of energy, like say if you ever, bring your hand up to your hand or another person's hand and you can feel that sort of almost like electromagnetic pulse, that is the flow of energy. And the idea is when you do Qigong, actually, the key thing is to try to learn to circulate that energy, to have that flow through your body. And as you're activating your neuromuscular system, be it with Qigong and Tai Chi movements, eventually that entire circuit just flows through your body very freely. So here we are. So the idea is you begin by allowing yourself to just bring these hands towards each other, feeling into the current of energy, doing whatever feels natural, allowing yourself to just awaken the energy in your hands, bring them closer, seeing how close and how far you can stretch out the sensation. Being present with your breath. And again, the core practice of allowing yourself to really just be present with the subtle sensations that are flowing from your fingertips into the entirety of your body. So from here, this is when you begin the cardinal practice. As you are
Because for Qigong and Tai Chi, right, the whole point of it is to learn to fluidly integrate your movements. And the caveat is this actually greatly enhances your ability to integrate these movements in dance. This is how I actually apply it. A lot of my dance movements are very deeply inspired through Qigong. So, anyway, let's just awaken some energy. So, the core idea is you want to allow yourself to, as you breathe in, rise your hands up, and then letting these hands float down. So just allowing yourself to begin by just facing your palms upward, letting your hands just be openly and evenly relaxed, floating upwards. Then as they reach the head, you allow them to just drift downwards. Now again, this takes, I would say, at least a number of days, if not weeks, to get to this cardinal motion. But it doesn't matter. The core practice of Qigong is surrendering. It's letting go. It's not trying to achieve perfection, being present with what your body feels, what is present in your body. So if your body is rigid, if you're finding it's like a difficult thing to assume to very fluently and very evenly do this motion, that's okay. Listen to what your body's telling you. Listen to the subtle sensations that arise as you're breathing and integrating these movements. Because again, the cardinal practice, like this is the thing. I've been practicing Qigong for about 5-6 years now. And surely within the first number of months, you will find fluidity. You will learn to feel into the subtle sensation of the energy body. But further, eventually, the core practice of Tai Chi and Qigong is really, as it is a meditative practice, it's to slow down. You basically let yourself successfully slow down your entire reality. You slow it down, your thoughts, your words, to a sub-perpetually slow cadence. Personally, that's my favorite way to practice Tai Chi and Qigong, is really seeing how slow you can float, within this practice. And what you'll find is in time, and again, this takes time. It takes time to let your body naturally slow down, to let your nervous system really surrender and really trust the subtle movements of your body. But eventually you'll find that this is a thing that is a natural experience. You'll find, maybe you see elderly people, seniors sit in a park where they have no time or nothing in the world, no care in the world. They're just sitting there floating, being present. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go, no stimulus, nothing to achieve, just being. And that's, I feel, is a cardinal piece of understanding all the different arrays of meditative practices, is realizing that core truth and giving yourself permission to just be. Whether you're sitting in meditation, whether you are doing yoga or doing Qigong, it's just truly giving yourself permission to really slow down. And it's like in the cardinal practice, you could be there for 10 minutes, you could be there for an hour, and it kind of all just blends into itself. It's kind of like the thing I noticed when I was practicing Qigong frequently, when I unlocked the practice about 9 years ago, for the first time ever, that is. So I remember more like 7 years ago. it's kind of like when you slip into an extensive qigong flow, time literally just disappears. Like you kind of go into this like multi-sensory experience where like time, thoughts, sensation, the audible and the auditory experience around you, or the visual experience around you, it just blends. Like it's very bizarre, but it's like as everything slows down, you kind of just hit this point of timelessness. And of course, the core piece of this, like if we're just kind of being transparent here, is Qigong is not a practice that's meant to be forced. It's not a practice that's meant to be rushed. It's a Taoist practice, an ancient practice. And the core thing I'm trying to express is this is a practice that's meant to be mastered, you know, in a lifetime. It's meant to take 5, 10, 20 years of development. And what is on the other side of development? That is, once you say, you know, allow yourself to just relax. Into the body, relaxing into the breath, you will realize there's something on the other side of this doorway. There is. There's actually a wealth, a depth of experience and practice and activation that is present. You know, Qigong, the forms, the movement patterns, this is the entrance to the door. But what you can do with this is very infinite. You know, the visual stimulus that you can attach with, you know, visualization, the means of flowing and basically orbiting and gravitating energy from around you, you know, sending energy to those in your life. It's just like the practice of Qigong is very much a psychological and a somatic practice where you're like really allowing yourself to basically, like if I'll very simply summarize it, it's like you're, wow, so many crows. It's like you're enhancing the very placebo effect, you know, the very idea of emphasizing something, like, you know, be it a thought of joy, a thought of warmth, a thought of happiness, a vision of the future, the love that you feel for yourself or for the world or for people in your life. You're basically taking that energy as you would, and you're stretching it out. You're letting it like ruminate, you're letting it circulate, as is the practice of, you know, Qigong is like you're circulating energy through the energy centers of the microcosmic orbit, and it becomes a orbit inside of you. And you can draw that to any part of your body, to your organs, to parts of your body that need more energy. You can do this and stretch out this with just a simple smile, you know, with a simple feeling of like great gratitude and bliss. It's a very multifaceted practice. And again, you gotta eventually enter that doorway and see this. And again, I'm a complete beginner, I would say, in the larger scheme of how this practice works. And I've been doing this for about 5, 6 years now. But it's a very vast practice that once you begin to just prime your body and prime your neuromuscular system and your somatic body, you're basically setting yourself up for a deep dive into, well, energetic practice. You know, it's the very same relation that you form when you say, you hear of people like Joe Dispenza, you know, speaking of his work with basically leaning into positive, elevated emotions to prime your nervous system in a meditative place. Like when you're in a meditative practice and you're priming your reality with elevated emotions. This is the very same thing you do in Qigong. It's like you're experiencing in your nervous system a elevated or heightened emotion, a vision of the future. You know, it's like you're basically learning to prime your nervous system to tap into the quantum. And once you do, sky's the limit. Like you can literally prime your body with a energetic or emotional experience that is one you desire to prime yourself with. And the simplest right, you know, a lot of us in this modern 2026 context, we operate out of a very compromised nervous system. So the key of introducing an intentional, deeply healthy and integrated relationship with our nervous system via something like Qigong or a meditative practice, this is directly combating a lot of the dysregulation that a lot of us are experiencing inside of our nervous systems. Yes, sir. This is a very beautiful sacred forest. I feel to me like I'm going to show HD.
And it's actually funny because this is the exact spot where I had this vision to do this YouTube channel. Literally just like on like 3 grams of mushrooms, probably about 6 years ago. I was like, wait a second. Like I had this very deep dive where I was basically turned on my phone and being on these 3 grams of mushrooms. I remember I was writing a bunch of music. I was processing a bunch of grief, thinking about like my core wounds, thinking about all these different parts of my life that were, rapidly shifting. And then I turned on my phone and sat there for about 3-4 hours. And I went just conceptualized. And at the end of this 3-4 hour talk, I realized that I was meant to be a YouTuber. And I fell in love like deeply with this vision. And then fast forward, these various years, it's like here I am. I'm just like doing this YouTube stuff. So returning to the practice itself. So typically when I do Qigong, I usually do it standing up. But for the sake of clarity and, the visual element, basically as you are, you're beginning with this cardinal motion. This was actually the very first motion that I ever heard of in Qigong. I think it translated loosely to, what was it? I think my friend called it cloud hands, but I think there's another name for this. But yeah, that's what he called it. His instructor called it cloud hands. But the idea is that, and he was telling me, it's like you visualize, you want to be very like gentle with rising your hands and then letting them float down, just like a floating cloud. And of course in Qigong, there's many, many different positions, but the cardinal practice is the same, as you are integrating your movements and allowing yourself to circulate the flow of energy. And yeah, the practitioner that I follow, you may or may not be familiar, there's a monk. His name is Shi Heng Yi. Yeah, Shi Heng Yi. Phenomenal individual. He has a lot of he has TED Talks on YouTube, a lot of beautiful content where he's actually in his monastery sharing this very same practice. And I knew what Qigong and Tai Chi was before I ran into Shi Heng Yi. But his energy and his practice itself really resonated with me. And the core practice that he does this, as it is. And he integrates various different movements. Like this is basically, this movement, if I would say, is the integrator. It's like it is integrating the energy and allowing you to just really just dial it in, to channel it. And then there's all the movements he does. He does the movements where you're just stretching out your hand very gently. And you'll notice with Tai Chi and Qigong, with all these domains, even my body's quite cold right now, so my body's probably a bit tense, a bit rigid. But the core practice of a lot of Qigong, and this also emulates martial forms like martial arts, is you're basically trying to teach your body, you're trying to teach your nervous system to relax, even when your body is experiencing tension. When you're feeling tense, you're feeling rigid, you're teaching your body all the way down to your nervous system to release tension, always, to feel loose, to feel limber. And it's actually the very same practice you experience when you do breath work. It's the same core practice when you're doing cold plunges. It's literally teaching your nervous system continually that it's safe, that you can relax, that you can feel bliss and euphoria, even if you are in a place where your body is under stress. This is truly, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. It's a true primal repriming of the way that we perceive stress, because our nervous system
You know, it's just in this place where it's just processing, it's just absorbing the stimuli that is everywhere, that is present. And it's no wonder that a lot of us, we are like really deeply struggling, like we're suffering with a nervous system that is very overstimulated, is very dysregulated. Like in modern 2026, we're constantly in this place where our nervous system is in like fight or flight. And of course, the key is to let ourselves step outside of that. You know, fight or flight it plays a role. It's a very primal activation. But of course, we need to let ourselves step outside of this. You know, feel safety, feel the parasympathetic. Uh, it is so, yeah, flowing like water, like integrating your body's movements. I mean, I'm a major advocate of dance. Wow, there's like hearing all these like chipmunks. The chipmunks just scurrying around. But yeah, it's like I dance all the time. I really feel dance. I speak of this very openly on this channel. Dance is a sacred portal. It's a bridge. It's a portal in every right of it. You know, and when I'm dancing, actually, the style of dance that I do, I'm actually literally creating portals. Like, it looks like I'm like creating portals. I do this all the time. I do this for endless hours. You know, I'll sit there at home. I'll sit there with my partner. I'll sit there at raves. I'll sit there at ecstatic dances. Just bam, just going off for like 3, 4 hours at a time. And you'll notice when you dance a lot, if you dance a lot, it's the same thing as with Qigong. It becomes a somatic nervous system activation. You know, you get in flow states, very simply, if we want to call it that. You get in a flow state. Everything is fluid. Everything is integrated. Everything is flowing into the next. And this is a profoundly healthy part of the human experience, especially when you do this with other people. You know, just connecting with regulated nervous systems. You synchronize. Like, this is the key thing. You may have heard this previously, that you see nervous systems, they synchronize. Heartbeats, rhythms of the human experience, all of our rhythms, they synchronize, right? We synchronize with ourselves, we synchronize with the seasons, we synchronize with the elements around us, and we synchronize with human beings, right? This is the truth. It's like we synchronize. Our nervous systems, they synchronize and align. So if you are with a room full of people that are regulated, that are operating out of a calm, controlled, and very regulated nervous system, you will feel this, you will align with that, and you will synchronize. As is the opposite. You know, if you are surrounded by people with a dysregulated nervous system, you can feel it within your body, you can feel it within your energy body, and you synchronize with this. You know, this is what you absorb, unless you find yourself fluent at regulating this. And this is actually what Qigong does. Is I'll sometimes, if I'm on like a film set, or if I'm at like a rave or an ecstatic dance, I'll just sit there at random moments and slip into Qigong. It's great. It's very effective. And actually, I'll be as apt to say that I'm a medium. Welcome. Welcome, Sage. That's great to hear, brother or sister. Hey, bro, I got to teach a lesson about the parts of a rocket to cadets tonight. I'm a bit nervous. Do you have any advice? That's very interesting. Well, I mean, I would say if you're nervous, surely, like, this is what I would do if I'm finding myself nervous and I'm very much wanting to understand deeply where my narrative is and how I can sort of understand. Hold space for yourself. Like, I would recommend letting yourself, you know, if you have like a forest nearby or a place where is a safe space. This is what I like to do. This is what I'm kind of doing right now, is I like to intuitively channel my own narrative, you know, honor my narrative, listen to myself, listen to what flows through in relation to what I feel
about, it's almost like what I'm speaking of is it's almost like psychoanalysis or gestalt therapy, where you're speaking to an inanimate object. I'm speaking to my phone right now. Now I know there's human beings here, but I would do this if this phone was here or not, is I'm letting myself intuitively channel my own narrative, monologuing. And I feel like this can access a number of things. And now secondarily, I think intuitively to Prince, if you're familiar with Wim Hof breathwork, personally, if I'm like nervous, like I'm like nervous as hell and I can feel it in my nervous system, this is where I would sit with breathwork. Now, I've also been doing this practice where I do, cold plunges, sprinting, meditation, qigong, and yeah, all these practices every single day, and lucid dream study. Like I've done like a challenge where I'm like challenging myself, but like what happens if I do all these practices every single day? What will I learn? What will I see? But I truly feel like things like breath work, profoundly effective. And even further, if I were you, like if I were you, you can take this advice or not, is I would again hold space for myself. Do a session of breath work, even if it's just sitting and breathing, listening into your breath, and then maybe look online into some sort of qigong or tai chi practice and just follow along, see what it sounds like to sort of hear these instructors. These are things that personally, they're all very effective at regulating the nervous system. I was horrible at practicing speeches. The stage was a switch where it all came together. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Is like I'm the kind of guy that when I was younger, I used to be very nervous at public speaking. Even just having any center of attention, it would give me anxiety. For some reason, as a full-grown adult, that's not the case. I actually thrive now. Performance. Like I can perform music, perform acrobatics, perform dance, create content where the light is on me. But I think at the essence of it, like, I truly feel like the core thing that helps me feel more confident, whether I'm performing on stage or doing like an acrobatic performance, or if I'm like creating content, maybe live streaming to people I care about, it is sort of what I was expressing, is like holding space for myself, knowing what my intention is, and being very conscious of my intention. So basically, holding space for myself and being very prepared and again aware of what my intention is to these people that I'm speaking to. And the more you pull those threads, like you just listen to your narrative and you just air it out and let it breathe, for me that makes me feel better. It makes me feel like on my subconscious level I can trust myself. I can be confident in myself even if things are anxiety provoking. I am male, you got that right. Beautiful. I think I remember you, Sage. I remember you popped on this stream a while ago. Yeah, welcome back, brother. That's a good thought though. Don't talk fast. Like you can see like I typically speak very slowly, like when I'm trying to talk to people with intention. Like if I'm talking to my intimate partner, or I'm talking to like a good friend of mine and I want to really like root myself in my diaphragm. I love to just speak from the diaphragm. Introduce pauses, let the words I say breathe. But of course, there's sometimes moments to just speak, like let it all flow, let yourself kind of riff. And that's also what I do. On this channel, sometimes I just go off in beautiful little tangents where I'm just like, just conceptualizing aloud. And it's the very same thing I would do, off camera. But now I just do it on camera because I, have developed that. But yeah, good luck. Good luck, my guy. I'm sure you'll do great. I mean, shit. You just gotta trust in your ability, trust in your level of competence and intelligence. I think it's time to go for a walk into the light, into the sun, because it's cold as fuck. It's crazy. There's like snow in the mountains right now. But innately, I'm just chilling. It helps to do cold plunges, though. I swear, doing cold plunges in freezing cold rivers, it changes your relationship with the elements, you know, the cold, so fast. It's actually bizarre how much tolerance I have to the cold. This is a nice spot. And also, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of maybe, what's the word? Unorthodox to think this, but cold is also psychological. Like, that's the thing, is like, obviously there's a physical element, there's a nervous system element, but a lot of cold, strangely enough, it's very psychological. So if you're like, you give yourself free rein to just be with yourself, you know, really not be bothered by the cold, you know, be calm, breathe calmly, and it really helps. I'm gonna grab my guitar. One sec. Whew. Dopamine. My fingers are quite cold, I must say. I'm trying to do like some more intricate legatos. My fingers just don't do it. This is a sign, I think, that we're gonna make our way. What am I doing here? Just putting on this bag backwards. Yeah, let's put that over there. There we are. They're temperature receptors, in fact. So a woman can tell the difference between temperature better because they have an extra layer of fat. So cold plunges a woman is a different deal. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I've heard there's differences, I think. Like, let's be real here. It's like, for me, personally, even just the simple dimension of it is like, hey, could you read my question? Sure, brother, sure. I got you. What's your question? So I got an attachment. I call him the deer because he looks like kind of like a deer. But I'm pretty sure his name is Nirlo. Nerlathotep. Could you help me figure it out? An attachment. An attachment. I'm confused what you mean by that. Is like, you're talking to, because you said you're a channel or a medium. So you're saying you're seeing a being that's a deer? Can't say because I'm not a medium, so I can't, not too familiar with what that means, but, huh. So you're seeing a being that you believe is a deer. It's like it's sort of the shape of a deer. Again, honestly, I'm not a psychic medium. I mean, I have my own sort of slowly developed relationship with metaphysical dimensions and metaphysical awareness, but I'm surely not the kind that deep dives. I'm very rooted in the 3D. But I would say, you know, deers, naturally, they represent sort of like the free, what is it? The free-flowing sort of like feminine spirit. It's like the spirit of the forest. It's like a very like primal, I'd say, a primal symbol. So if you're seeing a deer, I'm sure that's like, it's like you almost like you think of the nature of how it's kind of like, what's the word? It's kind of prancing around. It's kind of, you know, just gracefully running through the woods. So I'm assuming that's kind of the symbol that's like the being is trying to, it's trying to represent that sort of energy and give you that sort of omen. I would imagine, but again, this is just my intuitive interpretation. Oh no! There we are. So you're freaked out. What freaks you out about seeing this being? I mean, I don't see beings ever, truthfully, but like you're seeing a deer, I would think that's a good omen. I think that's like a sort of a blessing from the forest that's trying to tell you something very clear. But yeah, what freaks you out about seeing this deer, my friend? Or seeing this being? Great energy. Yes, yes. I think he might be Eldritch. Huh. Intriguing. So what is Eldritch? What is Eldritch? Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with any of that. Welcome sand. Welcome sand. Oh, there's a bunch of kids doing some sort of run here. Just running around the field. Yeah, let's just exit this way. Get along with the powers, the gods, I would say. Some forms of gods. Huh. That's bizarre. Yeah. Wow. You know, I think again, like, I would sort of, for me personally, I think I would just focus on the sort of the symbology. You know, I think the more I sort of intuitively understand the way the sort of like the universe or the larger constructs of things operate, of course it's all like historically, it's in symbols. Like everything is just like deeply woven symbols that is constantly trying to tell us things. It's like the universe is trying to speak to us very actively in symbols. So in the clearest form, it's like, what is this ancient like deer spirit or being? Why is it there? What it's for? It's like this kind of, I guess, just requires a bit of deep listening. This is legendary. All these kids just going for a sprint. That's what I always love to see, is like kids, like elementary, middle school kids, just like sprinting. They're just in it, man. They're on a journey where they're just in a sort of urgent way, just sprinting through life. That's how it should be. Cardiovascular activity. So beautiful. Percept, stop labeling it with evilness. Yeah, absolutely, love hand or to mom handle. It's funny, that was actually, I don't know if you were here last night, towards the end of my last stream last night. Yeah, there was Kim, you know, one of the viewers, Kim. She kind of popped on, and I guess she was expressing like, I guess it was a joke. It was a joke, of course. She's like, make sure you don't summon evil spirits. And I was basically just doing qigong, hitting a tongue drum, you know, holding space. And immediately, yeah, I was kind of like off took, and I was like, wow, Evil spirits, I don't think that's even possible. I'll be honest. I was like, I'm sitting here doing qigong, like feeling good, feeling very like connected in this moment, very present. And I was like, the whole idea, I was like, I don't think evil spirits work that way. I don't think it's like you create music and you're feeling bliss and you're, feeling connected to your spirit and your energy. I don't think you can just stumble across evil spirits. It's kind of like I really feel like nefarious spirits, if you will, that obviously exist in this realm. You and you alone are the one that sets the tone for how these can access your energy. Yeah, I don't know. Not an expert on that, but I truly feel like, yeah. First step, stop labeling with yes. Oh no, I don't label him evil. He has given me the power to control and destroy some entities, demons with bad intentions. Wow. That's very beautiful. And what's going on, Floyd? What's going on, Floyd Rose? We are now exiting the forest. I was literally just doing some qigong, sort of guiding some qigong, and now we are on our way back home. Yeah. Again, this is beautiful because I have friends that are very connected to what we could call the astral, that which is beyond the material world. I feel like the way that I connect to divine spirit is through music. That's always how I've done it. And but I'm very rooted. I'm very rooted in the 3D. I don't dabble very in depthly with like, cosmic forces or different entities. It's just like for whatever reason, this is just the way I am. It's like I live in this 3D dimension. And I love the idea. I think it's very intriguing for those that do, engage in different entities, that do, see in different dimensions. I think it's beautiful, truthfully. But also, I must say, as a man that's like super rooted in this 3D, I must say that we as earthly beings have so much to learn and to honor by returning to that which roots us in this world. It's almost like, I think a lot of us, if we are, dabbling in these like astral dimensions or these, these non-material world endeavors, we can lose our footing, we can lose our grounding very actively. And obviously we're human beings, right? We are human beings as we are also astral beings, but we are living as human beings in this 3D reality. So this is where I think, very simply, what I'm saying is, this is where I think it's increasingly important as, human beings, as astral beings, but to root ourselves in our body. Because our body, this is what connects us to this earth. This is what roots us, quite literally, physically, and of course metaphysically. And basically what I'm saying is, this is also why I was, displaying and facilitating Qigong and talking about this very actively earlier, is Qigong is literally the perfect way to root yourself in your body, in the 3D. It's literally like the exact bridge that bridges you from, the physical and the material world to the non-material. Hello. That's a cool stick, man. But yeah, it's like, this is something I've never truly articulated in that kind of way, but I think it's really important for that. It's basically, if you're a person that is being present with, entities or things in the non-material, which is beyond the material world, I think it's very important to also be just as equally rooted in the material world. Have practices that are honoring your body, your vessel. This is, at least in my experience, what I think is very vital. Because for me too, a lot of my life, a lot of the practices and things that I do are in fact practices that are honoring my body, practices that are nourishing my body, that are rooting me in my body. And this is a strong piece of my life. I devote so much time and energy to learning and honoring the body. Be it if it's like with, energetic practices, be it if it is styles of training, be it if it's every given which way. I think the simplest thing I'm saying is there's so many ways to honor the body, and when you honor the physical material body, then you also are honoring the astral and the non-material. Beautiful. Right. Flip on this fireplace. Unequip this guitar. Whew. That was awesome. Very cold out there, but that was kind of like a nature or natural cold plunge without the river itself. Just cold exposure. And then this idea by talking to be heavily involved in Buddhism. That's brilliant. I must say that's a very strong green flag in my mind. There's a lot we can learn from ancient Buddhists. Oh no, I don't label this with that. I've had relations with Stolas, but he had good intentions. Stolas. Interesting. Can't say I'm familiar with that. Stolas. Stolas. Former Gothic noun. Stolas. Myth and folklore. Stolas known as Stolas, a great prince of hell. Ah, seen as a fallen angel. Huh. Interesting. That's wild. So how did you know that he was a fallen angel or a great prince of hell, as they say? Like the Stolas. Like, it's just like, how did it present itself out of curiosity? If that makes sense. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful day. That is related to the demonology. Huh. Thank you. Thank you, Path. Thank you, Path. Life has been kind. Yeah, life's been very kind lately. I'm just chilling. I'm a bit frosty because I was outside. Just kind of warming myself up. But yeah, life has been very kind. So the Gocha. Not familiar with this as well. Gocha. Huh. It's a type of European sorcery, often for witchcraft, okay? The Gocha referred to a specific practice, ceremonial magic of evocation, summoning 72 spirits. Huh. The Gocha sometimes is a sorcery. So yeah, sorcery. Interesting. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, again, like I'm the type that I very rarely delve into like metaphysical practices or even like witchcraft of sorts. I'll be honest though, I mean I see moving energy, like making portals via dance. I see that as a very powerful form of sorcery, but not something I consciously practice, of course. An owl, but weirdly enough, he is portrayed in the Huluva Boss and hasn't given me any powers. Huh. Interesting. Like, what kind of powers would you be given? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, like, because I look at my life, like, a lot of what I do, like, I feel like if there's, like, metaphysical, anomalies and quantum things at hand, or almost like engagement within, like, say, other dimensions and entities, these are surely not things that I do consciously by any means. Like, I feel like if I have, like, a role in with some sort of, like, otherworldly interactions, it's kind of like I just do so in an unconscious way, where I'm just, for whatever reason, I'm letting, things be it if it's, like, masterful, musical dimensions or like compositions or masterful sort of like dance movements and things that are, it's almost like I feel like I like to almost just
feel and intuitively do, intuitively create and channel from different places. I don't think it's like a thing that I try to make sense of or try to associate with things, but I'm sure, of course, like if the things you're speaking of, these are ancient concepts that have a depth of research. So ability to be thrown by a hurricane over several states, land in a tree, or survive. Huh. That's that would be quite the ability, I must say. Yeah, the ability. See, that's the thing is, a lot of people, like I have friends that actually do genuinely believe that yes, you can control weather. Yeah, and they believe they can. And honestly, I have no idea. I've never tried to do that. I believe it. I believe people can control weather. But I think you obviously, I don't know. It's like a certain type of skill set that you have to really tap into. But not something that I would say I understand. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think those are all drastically different. Witchcraft, magic, the K, Satanism. Like, yeah, ancient. I see what you're saying. So, a lot of what the homie's referring is like, yeah, Great Prince of Hell. Yeah, it's like, what is this? So it's like Christian, sort of Satanist. I don't know. See, I'll be honest. Like, as far as I delve, I resonate with Taoism, like ancient, almost like ancient philosophy and philosophical understandings of things, and almost like again like intuitive sorcery. Like I feel like I don't know about, yeah, Satanism per se or what people like witchcraft, but I don't know. Again, like that, I can see the appeal. Like my partner, as of recent, she is into witchcraft. She's very like really into witch sort of lore and witch type of stuff, which I like. I find that super dope. And she's a vibrant individual, so I think it's like she's onto something. But I don't know. Yeah. Sort of topics I believe. Fair enough. Yeah, that's honestly, bro, like some of the most really dope magical people are in those realms. Like I don't know, like I hang out with a lot of artists and really cool like psychedelic open-minded people, and a lot of them definitely love witchcraft, sorcery, and even if just in a playful way, like even in a playful way, beyond the way of just like, delving into these practices very in-depthly. It's like there's a lot to love and explore, and like folklore of sorts. Satan, demon, etc. all have multiple meanings within themselves. Yeah, that's a story for maybe another day, but absolutely, like, I mean, I was raised Christian. I'm not a Christian, naturally. I believe Christianity is profoundly corrupt, and what part of the reason why it is, like, if people practice different religions, that's okay, so be it. But of course, the core reason why I think a lot of people are malaligned, like philosophically, psychologically, is people misconcept the context of words. They don't understand as it is like words are conventions. Words are not supposed to be defined, definite things. What a word means to one person has a profoundly different meaning to others, and to the degree that people try to take words so seriously and box them in such one-dimensional ways, is the limits that you will find yourself on many different, conventions and conceptions of reality. Oh man, spiritual Christian, huh? I mean, I believe that exists. Yeah, I mean, historically, I would not. I think that's almost like a weird paradox for many. Like, most people, it's like they try to connect with Christ, and then it almost paradoxically pushes them further away from true spirituality. Now, obviously, there's exceptions, and obviously, yeah, you might be exception to some degree where you do find some genuine spiritual connection. But I'll be honest, I think a lot of Christianity, it's a very a very abrupt paradox that a lot of people are using as like a mechanism that's pushing them further away from an actual spiritual experience. But again, I don't know the majority of people, but this is what I'm just seeing in the patterns of society. uh, what a great frequency. Floyd and Sage, what's the most supernatural experiences you've had? Everyone. Wow, supernatural experiences. I talk about this a lot actually with my partner. I mean, in the simplest, right? I'll be perfectly honest, that's a very multifaceted question. But yeah, I mean, I consider myself again like I'm just a regular, pretty regular dude. Well, not regular in the context of who I am, like the character in this human society, and the as artistically and etc. But I'm very rooted in the 3D. I'm like yeah, I'm not one to try to almost like emulate or engage in metaphysical or quantum dimensions very hastily. I'm very patiently exploring and unpackaging uh, these like deeper dimensions of things. But I don't know. I've had astral projections. I've had months where I'll lucid dream. I've had moments where I've released endogenous DMT. I've had various, very clear ego deaths, spiritual breakthroughs. Um, yeah, all of those things in bouts. Yeah. A lot of people tell me I'm not supposed to be spiritual. Yeah. Yeah, I speak of this very openly on my channel is like I think a lot of people don't really fundamentally understand what it actually means to be spiritual innately. Like this is something we could talk of all day long, but it's like it really seems that a lot of people are locked in these like weird one-dimensional conventions or these perceptions of like, oh yeah, this is the definition or this is what it looks like to be spiritual. And I see this in my community as well. Like I see this, within people that I really like respect and appreciate and cherish. A lot of people, for whatever reason, they've just lost touch with what it means to be an authentic human being, right? So it's like whether we're talking about being an authentic person, an authentic artist, or say a authentic spiritual practitioner, or integrating, the healing experience in an authentic way. A lot of people, they're just their compass, their perception is convoluted, it's clouded. So it's like, of course, this would appear in what people try to define as spirituality. It's like, spirituality in my mind, it's like if we're simply looking at it, it's not a thing of like this is a person who dresses this way, who speaks like they're holier than thou and is trying to focus on the sort of the lighter, higher vibrational experiences. That's a distortion, that's a delusion. A spiritual person can be a seemingly normal person who's just rooted in the 3D, who doesn't look like what you think they look like, but they just happen to have integrated a spiritual energy and they operate from an integrated, healed perspective. And it could be someone that paradoxically looks nothing what you'd assume a spiritual person looks like or is, but the fact of the matter, it is that way. Like a lot of us, we try to paint these things in one-dimensional conventions, but that could not be further from the truth. It's a strange thing. I realized this a lot when I started to do a lot of shadow work and integrate my own shadows and realize what it looks like to, manifest and become the best version of myself. Is a lot of these things, this is how I like to see it, is like a lot of the things that we look at, like the deeper truths of reality, they're exquisite paradoxes. What you think is like, but this is what it might conventionally appear to be. It's paradoxical in nature. It's supposed to be something that's like almost contradictive in what you might think it might be by definition, and that's the point. It's like a lot of the authentic realities within people, within all these things, they're challenging the models and the molds of how things are. They're meant to be like a paradoxical thing. So the more someone thinks that they, yes, I understand this, I understand, I don't know, XYZ dimension of spirituality, it's probably just, what's it called, spiritual ego, or egoic spiritualism. And that's could not be further away from the genuine, authentic spiritual experience. And that kind of hits the nail on the head. If any of you guys You know, that resonates or makes sense. It's like
relative to outside you.
Andrew Huberman, yeah. It's like a lot of people, they try to identify spiritual ego as spirituality, where it's nothing further from the truth. It's just another layer of ego that doesn't actually attain the deeper context. It's a paradox. It's a beautiful paradox. I think, yeah, exactly that. It's exactly right. Is some spiritual precepts and practice is pretty simple. Just honor that which makes you a better human being. Honor that which, you know, inspires you to treat other human beings better, to be integral. Like it is that simple. Like if people try to complexify these things and make it about all these weird sort of things, like that has nothing to do with just being a good human being and being a happy and authentic human being, then they've lost the point. It is that simple. And this is the same thing I actually tell people when people try to argue or, you know, promote or advocate the religion. They're like, but this religion, but that religion. Let's talk about this, that, the other. It's like, okay, but is it making you a better human being? Is it making you a more integral human being that treats your fellow human being with warmth, with compassion, with an open heart? Is this doing so? If not, let's critically assess. Let's question and challenge this model of whatever you think is XYZ spiritual context. No dislike for someone at a wake that I didn't know, but never got a good feeling from. Turned a line about the murder. Whoa! I had something come through me, 3x. An enemy scream and stand up with force and move towards because I was already standing up the other time. One of the commandments is don't worship false idols. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think I missed. Okay. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So I think what's interesting is obviously in all religions, and let's use Christianity as an example, is there's philosophical realms to it. You know, there's like deep philosophical literature that has truth, that has some little monocle of truth, you know, of maybe like moral, ethical philosophy. But a lot of it, I'll be honest, it's like the way it's perceived, the way it's received, it just becomes so convoluted. But again, I don't know. I'm not the shining example of understanding and studying ancient Christian philosophical literature. I just know what I feel and how I discern philosophy as a whole. And yeah, I think it's like it holds the same realm of discernment and the same flaw that all, you know, moral and ethical philosophy and philosophy as a whole can hold. And it's Christianity, the ancient literature or commandments or whatever is no different. You know, it's like this is it's almost like I kind of want to go on a short tangent. When you study ancient Indian philosophy, at least in college, they make you study you know, whatever the ancient Bible is called, like the ancient Indian Bible, and they basically have you what is it? They study, what did they call it? Man, I can't remember for the life of me. This was many years ago. But the idea is they basically they have you study the nature of what words mean. They have you study what the person, like they call it the authority, like the authority of the said person, and basically what the ethical nature and the moral sort of integrity of the person and the words they say. Oh yes, it's authority and testimony. Like in ancient Indian philosophy, it's like authority and testimony are the core things that, at least this is what I was studying when I was in college. It's like they speak of basically understanding that authority is like basically the integrity and the moral philosophy of the person themselves, how you have to learn to gauge this. And then testimony is the actual words themselves, if how integral these are, how rooted these are in the authority of the said person. And basically what the ancient Indians were doing in this philosophy is they were basically pointing out basically the core flaw with a lot of modern religious texts is how can you actually trust the integrity and the I guess we'll say the morality of said person, and then the words that said person says, if it goes back so many lineages, there's just so many instances where people can lose the meaning, lose the translation, where they can become corrupt, and it's just like, it's almost like you have to learn to discern and differentiate what it actually means to be moral and ethical, and understand how you're discerning people's words. It's not just about the words themselves, it's about the ability to actually understand how to extract truth from them. And I think that's very important. It's like you can read a book, you can read an ancient literature or script or whatever, but this will mean nothing. And if you are not able to successfully discern these words and these perceptions with clarity. So it is the ability to do so in itself that is more important than the words themselves, you know? Especially when we're talking about ancient scripts. FYI, I don't worship anyone or anything. Not a fan of any actor, musician yet. Fair enough, yeah, I think, I'll be honest, this is a strange tangent, I'd say, but in ancient tantric and like Taoist transmutation, worship is actually only something that you should, at least this is what they believe, the act of worship is for the self. We should worship ourself and worship our partners, like in a healthy way. It's almost like the act of worship is a sacred thing. It's like treating yourself with a sacred energy and worshiping the self, thyself. And then say if you're with a romantic partner and worshiping each other, this is the act of like, it's like a deep level of reverence and a sacred honor for each other. I think worshiping other human beings, worshiping gods, and that is convoluted. That's not well-founded in my opinion. Worshipping oneself, like with a sacred context, absolutely. And that's actually, I think, very healing and cathartic. I don't agree with even having crosses. Yeah, I'll be honest, actually my previous partner, she really liked Christianity. She really liked the text. She wasn't like Christian per se. She was just a Romanian that was like pretty interesting individual, but she was really into it. And I honestly, even observing her relationship with this kind of biblical stuff, I still stood very strongly in being like, you know what, a lot of these things are so profoundly corrupt, so profoundly convoluted that it's I really do strongly stand in my stance of where I stand within things like Christianity. And again, I don't know, we have to all keep an open mind and, you know, be open to learn some little fragment of truth in all things, but Christianity, unfortunately, is one of the most like profoundly convoluted and very corrupt things, and it's unfortunate. Like, it's really unfortunate, but here we are. 2026, baby. Satan is about the ultimate selfishness. Millions of people who are the same. Work on worshiping myself. That's what the ancient tantric and Taoist texts speak of, and mainly like learning to transmute energy, sexual energy. It is about things like worshiping oneself, worshiping the domain of like love. It's like these are different things. Forgotten trauma is pretty difficult to journey through until you remember. Christian isn't a word found in the Bible. Very fair. Yeah, that's a rabbit hole that could go in a million different directions. And philosophically, I'm all for it, but it gets convoluted. Like, let's be real here. Like, we could talk about these kind of religious domains all day long, and who knows how much actual clarity we'll achieve unless we as individuals understand the deeper context of why we're talking about these things. But now I'll say it's interesting, like Floyd saying Satanism is about ultimate selfishness. Personally, I don't know shit about Satanism. Like, I mean, I have a core understanding of like what, like the practices. I don't know. It's not a thing that I've ever studied or even desired to study. But I'll be perfectly honest. If you're talking about selfishness, say, I agree with Osho's model of selfishness. And this is a very bizarre thing. It's like, and this is maybe not really related to Satanism per se. I really don't know, but like, Osho speaks very open about the models of selfishness versus selflessness. And a lot of people, we've created a paradox in modern society. This is what he believes, and I agree with this. A lot of us, we think that being selfish is one thing versus what it actually is. And on the same side of the coin, or I guess a different side of the coin, a lot of people have this idea of what being selfless is. And they're like, oh, I'm being selfless. I'm being like morally, ethically aligned, and etc., etc. You're doing things with a selfless nature. A lot of us in society, we've actually flipped these things around. We've created a paradox where basically what I'm simply saying, and the Osho speaks about this openly, and I agree very actively. A lot of us, we are profoundly selfish, like profoundly selfish, and we don't even realize it. We think we're doing it maybe from a place of selflessness, of this, that, the other, but no, the truth of the matter is, to be selfless, you actually need to be selfish in society's definition. Like, to actually be operating from a place of an abundance, of a selflessness, you actually have to operate out of a healthy awareness of what it means to be selfish, but in a healthy way. Because society basically has got it all turned around. So I don't know if that relates to any domain of what you're speaking of like how people perceive things like Satanism, and Satanism saying be selfless, selfish, whatever. I don't know. I'll be honest, I have a strong inkling that a lot of society, like whether we're talking about Christianity, Satanism, a lot of these things, we've got them twisted beyond belief. Like, if there was healthy practices philosophically about something like, say, Satanism, just like there is unhealthy, very corrupt practices in Christianity, a society doesn't seem to have a healthy level of discernment historically to discern these things. And it's almost like, if I want to put a little conclusion on part of this, it's like, let's put a weird little metaphor. It's the same thing if you look at Star Wars. I was speaking about Star Wars for some reason yesterday. I was kind of just like making a joke. I was talking to my partner how like I feel like I'd love to be a Sith. Like, if I was dressed as like Halloween, and if I was like in the world of Star Wars, I would probably be a Sith. And not because I want to be like a dark, power hungry, greedy, whatever the hell Sith Lords are. But no, because I think philosophically, life is complex. Like, philosophically and ethically, humans are complex. So if you're in the world of Star Wars, right, I think that I would be a Sith, but I would also be a Sith who honors the light side of the Force, but has also integrated the dark side of the Force. It'd almost I'd be like a person that leads with the shadow energy of humanity if I were a Sith. But I would also honor what it actually means to honor the light side of it. It's like, and it's important. It's almost like, I gotta drink water. Where is this water? Yes. Anyways, this is getting kind of derailed, I'd say, to some degree. But I mean, hey. I think, again, the core conception that I like to summarize, whether we're talking about philosophizing, we're going to talk about religious concepts and conceptualizations, is like, yeah, if it makes you a better man, if it inspires you to be a better man, or woman, of course, and it just inspires you to be a better human being to your fellow human being, practice healthy, integral precepts, and concepts of living, then beautiful. Like, if that is what it inspires, then phenomenal. You're doing it great. If not, you gotta cut that shit off. You gotta stop. You gotta like critically assess what's going on in that dynamic. Never studied my religions other than documentaries. Intuitively, believe all religions are correct and incorrect. Yeah, I've come to that same conclusion. I mean, yeah, I think there's a sliver of truth in literally all religions. Like, if we can keep an open heart and be like, where is the truth? Let us be open to see it. The smoke is, for some reason, getting in my lungs. But But yeah, very simply, I agree. I mean, if there's a sliver of truth within all these realms of religion, those with a clear sort of sight and clarity will find it, and they will learn from these things. But at the same time, you have to also be open-minded to seeing the flaws, seeing the fallacies and the corrupt perceptions that's also within these religions. You just gotta, yeah. Current goal: start reading the Bible. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I have any sort of desire to read the Bible anytime soon. I want to read some Joe Dispenza books. Absolutely. Very nice. Yeah, that incense is patchouli incense. Honestly, one of my favorite things to have right now. Also read Nag Hammadi Library, according to Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think in the simplest right, like I like to be a student of the mind, of spirituality, of like, and it's weird because it's kind of like what I was speaking of, full circle a little while ago. Is I confidently find myself as a person that's very rooted in the 3D. I love this human experience, and let's be real here, the entirety of being a being that ascends, right? Accesses the 4, 5, 6D and beyond. The spiritual experience per se. You have to basically embrace and honor the human experience. You have to be one that is rooted within the human experience. Basically, you have to enlighten the human experience to become an enlightened being, right? Even in any context. And if you're not truly present and honoring what it means to be a human, and guess what? What it means to be a human is everything. It means being a primal being. It means being a sexual being. It means being a corrupt, imperfect emanation of the human experience. You're trapped in a 3D. You're trapped in a polarity. You're trapped in a dualistic realm. That's what it means to be a human. And you have to honor that. You have to be like, I embrace this. I embrace that I'm imperfect, as we are as human beings. We are flawed, right? And you have to really embrace that. And any sort of monocle of like a religious text or this and that that's trying to be like, oh no, but we gotta suppress this and do this and only do this and only do that. It's like they have no fucking clue. They've missed the point by a million miles. Like, we are humans. We're meant to be humans. We're meant to be imperfect. And to become enlightened, to access the higher dimension of, you have to spiritually enlighten what it means to be a human being. So that means you have to embrace it. You have to accept it. You're like, I am imperfect. I am all of these things, but I am also an astral being. I'm also, beyond this. I don't know. It's weird. It's in my mind, this is a simple thing. Like, it's very simple. The fact of the matter that religions have took it to this weird, convoluted place, beyond me. I don't want to listen or like, try to justify or make sense of a lot of these like weird, very like corrupt, sort of like fragmented views, because it's like, man, some of these things are just simple. My comments didn't go through earlier. Oh yes, yeah. Don't believe in any of what's being said here and disagree with it at all. Fair enough. What happened to your comment? What was your comment, my guy? To say being religious is about being spiritual. Blah, blah, blah. Which comment? I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. Definitely don't believe in anyone. Blah, blah. What's being said? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. All cap triggers being raised. Whoa. That's weird. Maybe YouTube? I mean, for the fact of the matter is, I'm definitely not deleting anything. Working on washing myself with that. Forgotten trauma. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no. All I see is popping up on the comment screen. Yeah. Weird. Yeah. All I can say to whatever whatever, you feel about whatever you're agreeing or disagreeing with. I'd say be specific with what you disagree with. Yeah. Or else it's just, it's okay. Disagree for the sake of disagreeing. That's cool. Crazy theory. If I believe it, then it's true. Maybe for me, my belief's just that powerful. Yeah. Yeah, this incense, honestly, is just... It's beautiful. It's almost like, if I'm just writing music or if I'm just kind of thinking or doing a stream, I swear it's so grounding. So grounding. Yeah, all I can say is... all I can say is, from what I've perceived, like objectively, it's a good book filled with stories. I feel like I'm curious what you're disagreeing with. But also, I think objectively, there's a lot you can disagree with a lot of people are saying, and that's okay. Like, you don't have to agree with everything people say, obviously. But, yeah, I don't know. This is part of why I feel like I love to set a boundary with people trying to discuss, religions, politics, etc. Because naturally, it's like, for one, obviously, philosophical arguments are meant to have deeper context. It's supposed to be people that want to come to a deeper realm of truth. But also, it's like, I don't know, I think a lot of people don't really understand sort of like, yeah, how to hold space for those kind of arguments. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm here for. Well, objectively, I just want to say we did get a bit derailed. People did, comment some dimensions of spiritual nature. I think I've stood the same. I promoted the same sort of things that I feel like I love to promote on this channel. Is like, I believe that it's good to just like continuously be open-hearted and humble when approaching and understanding these things. And yeah, and obviously also truth. Like we're talking about like the true dimensions of a lot of these truths. They're very subjective. Like, a lot of us, we can be like, oh, I agree with this and that. We live very different realities, and that's okay. Like, that's okay. Where's that thing, sir? There it is. I think believing in a higher power is good. And there's scientific backing. Can agree with that. I'm gonna agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was encouraged to read the Bible as a kid, and I'll be honest, man. Like, the more I even meet people that promote it, that love to share perspectives, it's got some interesting philosophical, moral, philosophical debates. Moral sort of quandaries, which is great. Hey, that's great. Makes people think. I don't know if the Bible necessarily, in the context of how Christianity has historically brought the Bible into society, I think it's gone. It's a slippery slope. It's kind of derailed itself. I think it's done much more worse than it's done good. But hey, like that's humanity. That's humanity for you. I just want to say openly, for one, I appreciate everyone's perspectives. I appreciate, everyone's means to share what they're feeling, try to reflect and make sense of these things. I respect that. But I also want to say very openly is like, the more I've done these streams, I see in little glimmers of perspective, where people are sharing their opinions that have drastically different opinions. Some people, and I think that's a interesting sort of sobering reality, is like some people will have like drastically different opinions from another, you know, about models of life, about philosophy, about spirituality, about love, and etc. Like, people will have like drastically different worldviews, and that's okay. Like, this is something that I feel like I remember learning very early on in basically engaging in social media. You know, it's like when you look at those quintessential examples of people who argue on the internet, they're just going like and just pouring out, you know, their very biased opinions, and maybe it's even a toxic opinion. The reality is, I think people forget that people are allowed to have different opinions. Like, two people, different worldviews. One person's like, ah, but this is the truth, but but this, but that. Both people can also be right. Both people can also be correct, and that's okay. Like, it's like, this is sort of a philosophical piece, or more like a psychological truth that I like to sit with, and I spoke of this very openly yesterday, is I think it's important for people to just let people, you know, be happy if it's something that gives them happiness, that if it's a belief, you know, it's a spiritual dimension, or a, you know, some sort of philosophical endeavor, if it translates into them being happy, you know, we gotta just be like, all right, well, people will see things differently, and it's okay. Like, just, it's like almost like a radical level of acceptance. Believe in high power is good. Yeah, that's all I can say to that, dog, is like 2026. We're in a very exciting time where we see people bridging worlds with like metaphysical things and scientifically backed up, you know, reports that support these metaphysical anomalies. And I'm all here for it. Like, I'm really excited to see those worlds bridge. Oh, that's a high note. I don't know, processism. Words, it's just a word to me. Welcome, friend. Welcome, shalom. Mastro. Beautiful word. Beautiful word. Ethereal. What other things in Kundalini? Ethereal. So mom, definitely read the Bible. It's esoteric. During my Kundalini thing, I was told to read it. That's really interesting. You know, I think in the world of energy dynamics, when they're understanding things like, say, Christ consciousness, like things like, I think there surely is a beautiful glimmer of truth within the Bible, the biblical teachings. A lot of it gets lost in translation, but of course, there's definitely beauty in it. So this afternoon, I learned how to practice looking at unity, at divinity in its fullness, and most everyday things, connecting with the Creator in silence and meditation. It's simple. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful, friend. Wow. Yeah, that seems like, truthfully, that's kind of like a core theme I've also been exploring, is really looking at understanding, namely through, like, you know, building a YouTube channel and almost like reflecting really deeply on how I desire to grow this channel and like create a healthy tone for what I feel like I want to bring into this channel. It's basically made me like really feel like how I want to reflect on being connected, like, you know, unity as a whole. And but then, of course, yeah, also like practicing meditative practices. That's really cool, though. Seeing unity in the fragmentation of dualism. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal, brother. I 100% I resonate with that. The fragmentation of dualism. It's like we are in the 3D.
It's kind of like I was just briefly experiencing or expressing earlier. Is like, we're as human beings, we're flawed naturally. It's like humanity is fragmented. We are like dualistic beings. We're in the 3D. You know, things are being split off. And really to begin to enlighten this human experience is to basically embrace the 3D. Like being like we are flawed 3D beings. And once we begin to like honor that, embrace that, that's when we can open up our perspective of how to honor that through a higher lens, you know, through a more astral or spiritual lens where we're literally just like honoring what it really means to be human and seeing it with a higher lens. And I really resonate with that. Wow, what's this kind of glitched out? It says negative 2138. Negative 2138. What does that even mean? Thank you, my friend. I do try. I do try. I do try to sort of like anchor myself. It's funny because it's like this whole stream, I'll be honest, this has been an exact representation of a lot of what I believe in a core level is life is chaos. Like the universe is quite chaotic. Like on the deepest level, it's like this universe is a chaotic place. You know, it's chaos where it's just like never-ending sort of realms of chaos. And when you can like find stillness, you can find meaning and beauty within the chaos. This is really what I feel like gives you a lot of perspective what it means to be a human being. It's like you embrace chaos, you create this ability to like orchestrate and really just create something from this chaos. As is music, as is dance, as is creative expression. I think about that a lot in like working in film. Actually, like when I work on film sets, it's literally just like it's like you're thrusted into a world of chaos, of like, you know, controlled chaos in a sense, where you're just around all these different human beings that are trying to, you know, create this collective vision that is a film, you know, a film, TV, movie, commercial, whatever. And I feel like you can learn a lot spiritually with how you handle yourself, how you deal with stress, and how you function on a film set. And yeah, it's just like a deep reflection to like, if you can thrust yourself into controlled chaos or chaos as a whole and come out on the other side with clarity, with a clear perspective, then you're really, you know, you're really operating from a very regulated place. Like you're living this human experience and you're making sense of it. That's all. Did I say what I go through? Not necessarily. I think you spoke some of the things you were sort of struggling with relating to your own sort of disorders or pathologies, but yeah. I must say though, again, like I remember the caveat is this is a public space. Like, you know, I like to sort of introduce a layer of authenticity within this. And obviously like feel it's like a safe space for people to share their truth, but you know, use your best agency. Like if you're feeling like you desire to share what's going on and you feel like you're in a safe space, then so be it. But I think it's important to enforce energetic boundaries where it's like, you know, this is a public space and yeah, you know, use your best agency. You have so much to give. Giving light makes you a vessel, expand, repair itself, and grow.
She's commenting on how if you meditate for long enough, you can be awake while your body rests. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, there's so much to gain, I feel, from meditation. Whoa. I swear what happened? My live stream glitched out where it says negative 2135 and it's now going down. Like what the fuck's going on? Is it telling me I have 21 hours left to stream and then until it stops? Like what? This is weird, bro. That is really weird. What helps me with respect to all here, I give all my authority to God to shape my life. Humble myself to expect everyone else from being grateful. And expect, yeah, everything by being grateful. I think that's a beautiful spiritual precept, is like being humble, like truly like surrendering the deepest sense of being humbled by like the universe at large. And yeah. And of course gratitude, I think about gratitude a lot, where it's like I think gratitude is really like it's like a really pure embodiment, like an energy that once you access it, it really is life-changing. Like on the simplest level, it's like I feel like a lot of us, we think about and we talk about things like gratitude, but what it really looks like to like feel it, to understand it, and to like ruminate gratitude, it's a very different thing. Like it's like an energy that's beyond just the word that we think. Mm. Very nice. Mm. I must say, objectively, it seems like, I noticed this, it comes in waves and bursts. It's like, it's interesting how I feel like the presence of people, in our collective sphere, as they're entering a live stream, as they're engaging this community, it's almost like we're in a very intense time. It seems like a lot of people are processing a lot right now, which is valid. And I'm just noticing this kind of as an observer. It's like, it's interesting to see. It's like we're all, the larger and the collective, that there's a lot. It feels like we're all kind of going through a lot right now, or like the majority going through some real stuff. Whoa, bird. Yeah, no, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful for the ability for people to have this platform to share their truth, to try to unpackage these things, use this as a vessel. I think it's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Hmm. Very nice. I'm really curious though why my stream is like doing a glitch where it's saying we have negative 21 hours left. I'm curious though why my stream is like doing a glitch. It's me. It's this guy. Negative 21 Very strange. This is so weird seeing myself. Hmm. Hmm. The Sephra is the universal map that shows us how to transmute the ego. So the ego is responsible for driving us collectively. It's about repressing it. Not about repressing it, but elevating it. Absolutely. I mean, I feel. Let's see. I think, yeah. Shalom, I believe it was. Yeah, that was the homie that's commenting on that. I really appreciate your perspective, my friend. Like, I feel like you've got a very deep perspective. You know, I resonate with it. Yeah. So, Mom Handle. Stuff was fear is a lie. Love. Everyone. All the answers are inside. Time is an illusion. Absolutely, I agree with all of this. Told me to not be lazy. My husband said who had died was my soulmate. Eyes are special. Yeah. I feel like, again, collectively, you know, I've spoken this once or twice. I feel like today, you know, a lot of people have shared some perspectives about, like, metaphysical anomalies, you know, entities, beings, experiences that are, like, quite supernatural, quite abnormal. Beautiful, to be honest, and they are. I think that's incredible. But I think the more I hear about these things, intuitively, the way I understand these things, a lot of these in my mind, I'll be honest, because I meet people, you know, on my journey in the real world that also express their perspective about these things. And I'll be honest, a lot of these things that I'm hearing from people that are like sharing, you know, these intense experiences, it feels like this is an invitation. This is an invitation to actually root yourself in the real world. Like, root yourself and put these things in perspective. It's almost like if I want to go off on a short little tangent here, is the reason why people enter visionary states, visionary spaces, you know, see if we're talking about sitting with ayahuasca or sitting maybe on a spiritual experience, is to integrate this in the real world. So what I'm going to ask you right here, for those of you that might find yourself, you know, pondering these waters, how are you integrating these spiritual experiences? Like, how are you looking at your life and seeing the way that you can successfully integrate these otherworldly experiences? Because if you're not integrating these things, I'll be honest, this is probably not it's probably not serving you very well, you know. And again, this is just my intuitive awareness of what I feel like I'm sort of seeing here in a sort of a pattern. Is like, how are you integrating these otherworldly experiences, my friends? Are you integrating these things? And if you're not, this is your quest. Like, ask yourself, be like, where can you truly root yourself in this human experience? Because again, experiencing the astral, experiencing otherworldly, these are beautiful, profound experiences, but you need to integrate this in the earthly realm. You know, if this has not been balanced and integrated within this earthly experience, then it's going to feel overwhelming. It's no wonder that you're going to find yourself overwhelmed and confused of what these otherworldly things are. You need to integrate these things. You need to allow yourself to see the primal harmony and connect to these things in a rooted way, or else it's not going to serve you. And I'll be perfectly honest, this is a theme I see with many people. Like, you know, it's not abnormal for people to fail to integrate these things, you know. And I think it's important, you know. It's a collective reminder. Fair enough. I mean, thank you for sharing your perspective, Floyd. I mean, yeah, you've got a very unique perspective, my guy. Hope you enjoy your day, definitely. And that's unfortunate. Just want to say, as you're leaving, that's harrowing, brother. That's harrowing. That sounds like a very intense message. But again, like, I don't know. I feel like this is me intuitively wanting to listen to a whole, to the collective of what a lot of you have been unpackaging here with me here today, right? Is I feel it's really important. What I'm hearing here, like on an intuitive level, is I'm seeing a lot of individuals that are really diving into some extraordinary realms, right? You know, they're having visions, they're experiencing metaphysical things and trying to unpackage spirituality, which is beautiful. But how are you integrating these things, my friends? Like, how are you letting yourself root these otherworldly realms in this earthly experience?
How are you integrating and honoring these things? Because the key thing is entering a visionary state, an otherworldly experience, an astral experience, if you will. That's actually not the key. And again, this is just all my my biased, unsolicited advice coming at you. Like, listen to it or not. But the fact of the matter is, I feel like the reason why we enter a visionary state, an otherworldly state, an astral experience, a spiritual realm, right? The reason we do this is to gather perspective of how we can integrate this to make this earthly realm more harmonious, more beautiful. And if this is not the case, if you're just delving into otherworldly realms and you're entering vision states and you're pondering the spiritual higher realms, but you don't understand fundamentally why you're doing this, you're not fundamentally understanding the role that this plays in integrating this in the earthly experience, then unfortunately you're going to find yourself uprooted. You're going to lose this ability to root yourself in the real world. Mom Handle, you say it's not something for you as your mind races. Yeah, that's an interesting, I'll be honest, to Mom Handle. I agree. I mean, meditation's it can be a difficult practice for many, but that's a discomfort that surely is like inviting you. That's an invitation. It's an invitation, I would say. But maybe involving the thought that you help yourself by letting the world be and just put yourself first in life. It's a beautiful thought. I wasn't the only witness, Xavier. The abuse rises. I have to stay in motion to subdue it. I think, honestly, important things to think about. Like, there's many reasons why people are not able to sit in meditation, in silence, with equanimity, with peace. It's like there's many different reasons. And I think, yes, I think Xavier is right on the money as per usual. It's like, it's possible that your mind is like, there's a unresolved conflict, a belief, very likely, as we all have. That's like it's trying to resolve itself. And yeah, maybe with a little bit of peace and understanding of like why your mind is not at peace with sitting in stillness, it may help. I don't know. But again, I think I return to this core thought is like, man, meditation seems to be a very difficult thing for many people. I think, and this is kind of centers around the same sort of thought I had earlier when I was doing Qigong in the forest and guiding, and facilitating some Qigong, is Qigong itself is an effective means of regulating the nervous system. And I think it's very vital, it's very important, it's a powerful practice, but it's like a lot of us, I think we're like unconsciously like seeking, we're desiring a genuine ability to just simply regulate our nervous system, to honor the stillness, to be at peace with, the no mind, the subtle forces of our life and of nature. And I don't know, it's a multifaceted thing. Like, who knows, there's many different reasons why people desire not to meditate, and I wish I had the answer to that, but I certainly don't. It's interesting. I just want to comment openly that not the flute. Flute all day long. It's interesting. I've noticed this thing that I've actually seen myself do recently. You may see me do this, and I do this in real life too, actually. When I feel like things energetically are sort of like, hitting this apex where people are just like, going through a lot. There's like a lot of energy buzzing around. What I like to do, and I did this a lot yesterday, is I like to just hold space. I like to realize that this is a stream. We're here as a collective of people, sharing our opinions, sharing perspectives, but sometimes it's like, I feel like I just want to hold space, send good energy, like literally just send energy to those that are trying to like be present with the space. Because sometimes I think that's probably one of the most significant things I can do as a facilitator, or us for each other, if we are here in the same room, is just be silent. hold space for each other. Like in the simplest right, just no words, no thoughts, no advice, just being. And it's something that I found myself, blissfully slip into, especially yesterday. I'm sitting there, I was like, this feels really good just to hold space for the people here. It's not like I have to, unpackage or offer advice. Maybe sometimes I love to do that. But sometimes I feel like the people, they just need to be received. They need some sort of acknowledgement. And of course, music. Let's actually find the perfect spot to place this. No matter what, though, I feel like whatever the audience is going through, whatever quarrels or perspectives the audience may or may not have, or my audience, I feel like no matter what, my intention stays the same. Like, whether I have my own thoughts to share, or we have, like, opinions that vary in some ways, I know for a fact that this is a meditative space that I desire to grow. I desire to nurture the ability to create a truly meditative safe space. And yeah, let that be the core forefront of my intention. In little words, to not go out of course, we live, grow, progress, strive, dominate. We are life and we shall all be above, and nothing should give you fear. Yeah. Beautiful words, beautiful words. I honestly agree. My desire, my only hope is that, yeah, if mom handle, the person behind this handle, that can, like, find some, even just a seed planted of clarity, of peace, something to reflect on, them beautiful. Like, yeah, surely we all, I think, unpackage the truths that we're ready to see at the right time, So it's like, I hope she finds peace and clarity relating to her meditative practice. Maybe it will happen in time. Who knows? Like, maybe it'll happen tomorrow, maybe it'll happen a year from now. It's okay. All I can say is, objectively, meditative practice is beautiful. It's a very, very expansive portal. I myself, I want to develop my practice further. I think I could definitely strengthen it. I need to find the spot to place this thing here. That'll do. Beautiful. Well, naturally, yeah. Hope you find the means to just move forward towards that reality.
Sure can be. That's what happens when a lot of authentic humans just orbit. They orbit in reality, but uh, I'm just gonna transmute all this raw energy. Hold space for it, transmute into beautiful art forms, and yeah, this is the way. Yeah, I mean that's probably for the better. I'll be honest, like as I speak openly, like I'm a new to to facilitating these stream spaces, but I feel like there's like a sacred or energetic boundary, if you will, but sacred is also the word. There's a sacred boundary where, we should honor what we feel is the boundaries of the container, and obviously that will change depending on time of day, who's here, but I think me as the core facilitator, this is my channel. It's like it's a thing that I like to comment to remind us, being like there's a sort of a sacred boundary that we can uphold, which is honoring the space. If it's like if we're here to talk, share our truth, be authentic, so be it. That's beautiful. But of course, we want to honor each other. We want to honor our own boundaries. Honor the things that we feel like is appropriate for this space in the container. And again, that's a thing we got to navigate those waters. I think in retrospective, I think I've done a good job zeroing in on the dimensions of like, politics, religion. Those are things that I typically, I feel I would invite for another different type of stream. Like I think this stream, I love to hold space for open, intelligent philosophical discussion, music, inspiration, building like a safe space that's honoring meditative, creative domains. If people have perspectives about religion or politics of the sorts, if those are the topics, I think there's other places for that. But I don't know. That's the caveat that I've so far, the precedence, if you will, that I've so far set. That's funny. It's true. There's so much beauty, like so much beauty within the silence, like with one silence. It's like, yeah. I'll be honest, like I speak of this openly. Before the last about 5 years, I was a very intuitive, uh, introspective, nonverbal person. Like this is actually the way I lived my life. Is I was very reverent of the nonverbal dimensions, and it's also truthfully why I feel like I've excelled in things like dance and things like obscure poetic expression, music, guitar, whatever. Where it's like for many many years, most of my life, I'll be honest, I was one that honored silence like deeply and to a degree maybe even limiting, where I honestly didn't see myself as a verbal person. I was like, my words aren't necessarily that important, or the sort of verbose realms. I was like, these aren't something that holds a lot of significance in my life. That changed a lot in the last 5 6 years. As you can see, I'm actually now almost the quintessential example of a guy that is very comfortable communicating, speaking his truth,
engaging in verbal monologue and dialogue. It's almost like my life is actually gravitated around that. And I think it's beautiful. But I think 1000% the roots of this is honoring your silence, honoring that which is beyond the verbal realm. It's very important. And of course, it's just there's so much beauty. There's so much beauty in the silence. I think there's truly extraordinary ability within both dimensions, to honor silence and to honor, well, the opposite, the verbal realms. Beautiful. Welcome, welcome. Your thoughts on the universe begun, how it began. Wow. Damn. Wow. How the universe began. Huh. I mean, I don't know. That's a really stretching my own sort of conceptualization, or my own facilities of conceptualization. But I'm not an astrophysicist. I guess I'm limited in my awareness of how, like, factually the universe came to be. But I'll be perfectly honest. If I'm looking at it, there's a few core theories. Obviously, there's the Big Bang. That's one of the theories. The quantum theory is that we were just another universe that, like, just bubbled off and became this universe. But like, if we think about this, like, this is where my mind goes, right? If we think of how the universe come to be, what is the universe? Like, what is the universe? The what's the word? How do astrophysicists say this? The observable universe. What is the observable universe? Like, what is it? Well, here we have our world, we have our galaxy, we have our, cluster, we have whatever, I don't know the actual astrophysics terms, the larger cluster of galaxies that is external to our galaxy, and it goes outwards and outwards and outwards and outwards, and to eventually it hits a point where we hit this thing that's, what giant clusters of galaxies are. They're like bubbles that zoom outwards, and basically, if I understand correctly, our universe is, like, extraordinarily infinite. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. And we could believe that there was some catastrophic event, like like billions or whenever, how many years ago, that somehow the chaos birthed biological life in the life of the universe. Man, that's a mind fuck to think about. But I'll be honest, part of me believes that I think if I were to understand, like, the nature of how the universe came to be, I think to some degree, even if we look at, like, what the Big Bang is, I think this is all a cycle. I think that the cycle of, like, humanity, the life cycles of, like, the large context of how the universe came to be is a cycle that's cycling through. The life and death cycle of, like, the universe, the life of or the birth of a universe, the death of a universe. It's almost like it's almost a paradoxical cycle that's going to endlessly go to the end of time. It's almost like, because it's a strange thing, like, if we're talking about, like, the quantum theories of how everything is almost, like, paradoxical, is infinite, everything's happening all at once at the same time, I think that the life and birth of the universe is happening all the time, always. Like, it's almost like, I forget how this quantum theory exists, but it's basically like, think about it like this. If time is not real, if everything's happening all at once, everything you can imagine is immediately appearing, via, like, quantum particles, then the fact of the matter is the universe is right now, is being birthed and is ending right now in the same, sphere of time, in a different point in time and space. So it's almost like, depending on how we understand the universe is always birthing, it's always being destroyed, it always is, and always is not. And it's kind of operating this weird, like, fluctuating paradox. So I don't know, it's almost like, I don't think it started. I think it's always birthing, it's always dying, in some sort of, like, intangible, paradoxical way, which seems to be the nature of how the universe, how it operates. So what do you think drives most people? I mean, that's what drives most people, in my opinion, most people sadly are driven by fear. Like this is a evolutionary imperative. Most people are driven by fear. We are fearing, the concept of death, of all the little branches of why we fear death. So the fear of death is maybe what is driving a lot of us. Now, I think once we transcend fear, there is a deeper driving force, which is ultimately love. It's unity. It is transcending fear. It is all the different beautiful things that desire for us to be creating. This is what I look at. The purpose of existence in life is creation. We are creative energy. We create. We are a creative force. It's like the human is a unique ripple in the universe, like a biological ripple that has an extremely unique bioprint or a print to create. Like when you think about this, I remember I was on a lot of shrooms and I was thinking about this. I was like, no other species, like very rarely any other species dances, sings, creates music, does all these unique things that humans do, and our very essence of creation is so unique and so novel that it changes the very fabric of the larger context of the universe around us. Like this is what I really feel. So in the simplest right, yeah, we're driven by the force of creation, some by fear, some by love. But I think our core essence is to create. Whether we're creating life, through creative energy, through the creation of another human being, but every little reflection of that is everything. We are here to create music, create a whole new realm of novelty. This is what drives us, I feel. This is what I feel. I don't know. Xavier to have some fight. To fight some demons from the past. Huh. Wow. There seems to be a lot of random what's the word? Inference or reference to demons per se. But I don't know, I'm not sure if a lot of people really understand what demons necessarily are. I'm not sure if we can put in context, be like, evil forces, malicious forces, the demons, the this, that. There's a deeply held belief in a lot of the shamanic communities of how we understand demons per se. And I think a lot of people don't really understand necessarily what they actually are, what the actual entities are, what the roles of them are, how we're trying to perceive them, how we're trying to humanize them. It's I don't think, I don't know, it's not as simply as it seems. Oof, that was a crazy attack. I'm still so confused what's going on my screen. So it says -21 and the timer's going down. So is it telling me this is a 24-hour timer? That's so weird. Yeah. That's easy. And you could ask yourself, what came before the cycle? See, that's the thing is that's an interesting question. What did come before this? If I were to guess, if I were to intuit, what came before the cycle, the quantum never-ending cycle of what is this dance between the birth and death of the universe. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe we're looking at an entirely different construct, an entirely different model of what we define as the universe. What if it's a different universe? What if there's a different dimension that's an alien foreign dimension that's so twisted and convoluted that's not the cycle of the universe, life and death. It's beyond the quantum theory, beyond space, time, the other. Basically, I think what I would say is what happened before the cycle of life and death. What we could understand is what is experienced in 9D consciousness. I'll be perfectly honest. If we're talking about, because this is actually something that people that remember their past lives reflect on when trying to explain the nature of the universe in the different dimensions. When we go from 1 to 2 to 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 9, I think if there was something that occurred before the cycle of the universe, which is fundamentally operating in probably the higher Ds, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sort of D, I think once we hit 8D consciousness, 9D consciousness, this is when basically everything becomes unified in one and basically transcends the very fabric of space and time and perception of space and time. That's what I think is, if there was a cycle before the universe of life and life and death of the universe, or the quantum realms of it, I think it was in what we define as the 9D. So everything happening all at once, transcending space-time, transcending all the rules of how we experience the fabric of the universe. That might have been what happened before we got caught in this current life cycle of the universe. I don't know. These are not things I think about. I think these are astrophysics kind of questions that are for maybe astrophysicists. Not things I think about, but I think it's an interesting thought. Goes back. Time goes back. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, that's what I'm already sort of feeling, Floyd, is like, I think that's already happening, right? I think in a different, let's say, domain of the universe, time is going backwards. Time is not real, so it's like everything is going backwards, forwards, every direction, like in the different regions of the universe, all these things are operating in completely paradoxical, timeless ways. But if we were to operate and be like, okay, but what if that is a thing that happens? You know, the universe is going and operating in different ways. What happens once we were before that? Like before the cycle of any given conception of time and this, I think we'd basically be in this like what people try to define as 9D, where basically what I'm referring to is, I think if there was a thing that was before the universe ever had a life cycle, before time was ever perceivable, what was probably there was basically pure infinity. Pure infinity. So what I mean is like everything was always, everything basically became the immediate, almost like a fever dream where you could summon anything and everything at any time. It was blank, void reality that just summoned anything that you could even begin to imagine. And I don't know exactly who would be the perceiver of this, but it was happening all the time, all at once. Man, this is a weird conversation, but this is great. I don't know, people think about these things. So I made a larger stride in the right direction. The smile comes over to me when I think about it. Something that most would see as evil. It's beginning of an understanding. With respect, Mom Handel, I would reply to say that it's okay because healing comes first before anything. So you ask yourself, how does pain or the past stop you from making your future? I feel like if I were to write a pan flute song, it would begin right there, in that tune. So I made a large stride in the right direction. Wow, that's very curious. That's very curious. But that sounds really very cathartic. What Mom Handel's speaking to. More plausible that sounds with that. Most things for us grow, as it didn't kill us, and your life is much greater than any pain we've learned from mistakes. Most things. Yeah, that's it's a very humanistic thing, like human as ever, to like try to perceive pain as a bad thing, right? You know, to be like pain is XYZ, but I don't know. This is the thing I think about a lot. Like I think a lot of people have a strange relationship to pain in the context of pain and pleasure. Well, that's a story for another day. Most things are for us to grow. Yes, instead of healing first. Wow. It's fictional. Others think that there are multiple dimensions. That there is no beginning. I don't know. Strangely enough, I kind of liked where my mind went with this. Like, I've never answered the question. But actually, to me, it actually makes a lot of sense, strangely enough. Like, when I really think of, like, my understanding of, like, you know, the nature of what the universe is in different parallels of where the universe is. Because when we're talking about, like, we're talking, obviously, the universe. Like, when you understand, like, how large like this web that is just like an endless, seemingly endless, um, just web of different universes. Like, this is something that is just so vast and expansive. And maybe the answer is simple. Maybe it's always been here. It's repeating itself. And again, that's where my mind goes. Is I think the universe is constantly timeless. It's rebirthing and decaying all at once. And this also is kind of like, it's the same way that we, as human beings on this earth, we're trying to like, we're looking at, fundamentally, a lot of us, we're looking at the nature of how we are all wrong. Where, when we observe quantum particles and quantum theory of how everything's happening all at once, it's like we're in this, like, almost like this weird, unknown, unwritten, formless matter, this formless thing, right? And then everything we decide to be becomes immediately in the moment. This would make a lot of sense, where it's like everything is malleable. It's like free form. It's basically, it's immediately manifesting the second that we believe it is so. And it's kind of crazy to think about that. And then if the universe is doing the same thing on a larger scale, and we're a product of the universe, that means like everything, like time in the deepest sense, is not real, never was. Everything is just constantly like basically reconvening into our perception of it. And it's very trippy to think about, but like makes a lot of sense. Man. I appreciate her too. I appreciate Mom Handel's presence, most definitely. When they happen, and not always, not thinking healing first, seeing what really happened. Yeah, the misinterpretation. Ah, yes. Yes. Yeah, I personally, that's why I love to return to the idea of like just how little we know. Really just ask yourselves, does time even exist? In traditional physics, it does. I think a lot of traditional physics is kind of like becoming unraveled like very rapidly. Obviously, like, Einstein's theory of relativity probably still holds true, but I think a lot of the physics that we try to define in a modern 2026 is becoming very actively unraveled. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm definitely don't operate in that level, but like, traditional physics seems to be challenged very actively with a lot of our understanding of like, I don't know, like modern domains due to relativity. So time exists. Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, to Floyd, like, again, I'm not an expert in these things. I remember watching a few podcasts, reading some books about time is the 4D, right? It's like we got the 3D, and then time is present within 4D, right? Time is the construct. But what in 5D, 60, 70, 80, 90, time does not exist in those densities or those higher dimensions. So sure, time does exist technically, but in the concurrent, simultaneous higher dimensions of experience, time does not exist. So it can be proven, theoretically, with the theory of relativity, etc., and Einstein's sort of theories in the 4D. But what's beyond that? Again, I'm maybe not the person to to answer or dialogue about this stuff, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Where so you think, well, that's the thing is because we obviously, the Earth is in 3D. The Earth is in 3D. And of course, as we've shifted into like the last, I don't even know how many years, the last like couple hundred years or even a couple thousand years, that's where the 4th D has come into play. We operate. This is the Earth. The Earth itself is operating in 3 and 4D. But everything else, like the larger constructs in the universe and beyond, have the higher dimensions that doesn't operate the same way we do. So, I don't know. Seems like it's the same kind of common problem of human beings trying to humanize and apply these humanistic models to things that surely don't operate on those sort of ways. I'm still trying to figure out what my screen is saying. It's saying negative
20, 49, 32. That's just so weird, bro. Yeah. There's an example. Yeah. All right. I think it's high time. I think it's high time. I don't know how many hours it's been. I think it's been a few, but I've just been on the stream and just letting it roll. But this has been kind of an interesting experiment for myself, as per usual. It's like a social experiment of like, okay, what will unravel in X amount of time? But yeah, I think it's high time, go back into present reality. God damn, though, there's some mind-stretching conversations in many different ways, like many different ways. Gotta love it. I love YouTube, man. I just love YouTube land. Like, my mind is a bit exhausted in some degree, but also just like, I'm just mind blown. Like, what capabilities, brother? What capabilities do YouTube streams have? I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is just me. Does the Forest have time? I'm gonna say no. I mean, technically maybe, but I don't know. I think forests are ancient laws, but I don't know. Absolutely. I feel grateful for those that decided to gather here, and yesterday. I feel like you people, you guys, all of you, you really bring your authentic presence, and this is the stream, this is the community. Like, I'm a facilitator, I'm here to facilitate, create some music. I'm also a part of this naturally, but damn, it's like, what a powerful portal. The lightning strikes a train, moving at the speed of light. An observer of the platform would see 2 lightning strikes, but someone on the train would see 1. Ah, yes, physics. My old friend. I have no idea. I am like not the fellow. I mean, I have intuitive awarenesses of a lot of things, but physics. I think that's almost like a philosophical. Yeah, almost like a philosophical thing. But damn, gotta love that. Anyhow, thank you for gathering. Hope you guys enjoy your day. Have an amazing time in YouTube land and in the real world. Keep just being radically expressive and being yourself and honoring yourself and the world around you. Yes. Bless. Ashe.